Okay. Oh, Orchazini. There's a non-zero chance I'll be going, but... And Lance, first! How are you doing? Hang on. Gotta let people know. Dustin, Watto, and welcome. Wolfgrad. I mean, you were all there, ready for be quick on the draw. I appreciate that. Oh, how are you all doing? Oh, let me update the boards. What is this automation you speak of? No, I just have a Google document. I do it manually. Don't even worry about it. Okay, so just to update you on the scores right now. Verdant Flow is currently in the lead. Lance, Yeti, and Nova are all at 3. So there's a few more days left in the month, so you can play catch up. Wolfcrad's at 2, and then Puns, Twiz, and Catastros are at 1. So it's pretty much Verdant's race to lose. I hope so, Wolfgrad, otherwise nothing quite like starting a stream and being greeted by no! Vanderbeest, thank you for filling the pint glass. I'll be doing splendid. And if not, well, you get to watch me crash my head against Silksong for several hours, because it's been 2 weeks since I played, and you get better at video games by not playing them, right? Like, that's how it works, right? Okay. Just letting the longship know that we are live. I did try and put on the Face Miner soundtrack to get started today, and it was just a little too surreal. I was like, if I listen to this, I'm probably going to go a little bit loopy. Damn. Okay. We are in this weird little micro climate here, because it's been weirdly warm for us the last couple of days. Chaunerus, yo, Dice, Watto, and welcome. John Deere, hello, hello. Numbers, wellity, wellity, wellity. Watto and welcome. Come on in, friends. Yeah, although I will say, Dice, like, getting to see your pictures and Nick's pictures and everybody's snow pictures. You know, if you've got to go through the shite of being in a snowstorm, at least it's proper snow. Yeah, legend. I upgraded the badges today. We got a few months until Longship Day proper. For which some of you will be getting brand new badges. And I'm just rationing them out now. So it'll be interesting. We'll see more of a cavalcade of different styles of longship. Yeah, and dice, they look really good. Again, I'm just annoyed that Twitch doesn't let me credit... it doesn't let me credit Twitch badges to an artist, which is annoying. If you haven't seen, so if you click on an emote, it'll tell you who made them, which I think is a really cool feature. Ooh, Vanderbeest, proper snow. And numbers, I am still getting caffeinated, so I have not reverse engineered who that is, but I hope it wasn't too stressful. Orzine, what and welcome. Oh. But you can just say can.
Badges? We don't need no stinking badges.
Hey, Vershi. Watto and welcome. Damn, the dice got 20 inches of snow. Vanderbeest got 14. Oh. But no, numbers, you're all good. The general schedule in this household has been a little bit skew-if. So I've not been the brightest spark, but I'm on coffee too. I'm waking up. I stayed up far too late last night watching Little Fire destroying the very souls of men on Arena last night, and it was glorious. No, Wolfcrad, if you find yourself having more badges, then I don't know what to tell you. You've gone severely off the rails somewhere. At no point should a Longship member be giving you a badger. Huh, and Simple Chaos, that is odd. I mean, again, it's one of those things like, as long as you're in a region that can handle it, you know, I'll keep an eye on Blue Sky this morning, and, you know, someone was saying, like, it's hard to explain, they were saying that it's hard to explain to people how, like, a couple inches of snow in Texas can shut everything down, because the region's not for it. Little Terror. Where are all my badges? Wolfcrad, what you do with your badges is entirely up to you. Oh, I gotta say though, on the subject of badges, I do think they read really well, the silver ones. For those who don't know, I used some of the Snareway to Sneven money to get the Indomitable Dice Goddess to make some new Twitch badges, because we're going to be coming up on 8 years. And as much as I've enjoyed like the standard fleet, I've been meaning to get more for ages. So here we go. Please do not lose your badges. The Longship is not responsible for any damage caused by those badges. Oh, and Sir Garrett, what's on welcome. Yeah. And again, the badges, not the badgers, get shinier the longer you have them. Again, if you have a shiny badger, I don't know what to tell you. We are not responsible for your badges. We're not responsible in general. So, what's on welcome, friends. I won't ask how are you, but more, I hope you're doing as well as any of us can, and that I hope you're ready to see me get my hubris reinstalled via the medium of Silksong, because it has been 2 weeks since we played. And as I was saying, you know, there's this thing where, do people get better at video games by not playing them? Let's find out. If your badges are shiny, you're playing Pokemon, so good on you. If your badger remains shiny for more than 4 hours, neat. It apparently got into the glitter. Oh. There's nothing too crazy in the world of video games today. Honestly, the Valve lawsuit's kind of the big one, but that's just going to be a class action thing. And if it happens, the amount of money that's going to get handed out to people in the UK feels like a lot, but it's a drop in the bucket for Steam, so I don't think we'll see anything massive. I'm doing my best to focus on like the positives in video games.
This non-sponsored message is brought to you by the Mug Store. We still haven't found an exit from underneath the rug store.
Wait, is there like a rug store backrooms now? Is that how this? Is that how the law is unfurling? Akari, thank you for the 200. You fucking legend. Oh. Yeah, no, thank you. So yeah, the Valve, okay, so if you didn't see, it's not a huge one. The TLDR is that there's a lawsuit going through in the UK, which states that Valve has been doing like price fixing, especially on DLCs and things like that. It kind of comes down to the whole like, when you publish on Steam, I believe their ruling with DLC is like you can't sell it for cheaper elsewhere. So if you say my DLC is $10, it can't then be $4 on Epic. Not taking into account sales and the ilk. This lawsuit is going to be going ahead. And whether or not if it goes forward, then there'll be quite a few $1 million worth given out in one of those like class action suits. It may even go so far as to have that ruling changed. As in that, like, you'll be able to just sell things on Steam for whatever price you want, whether it's more or less than other places. I don't know. You know, I mean, you all know my feelings. Like, Steam isn't a perfect, you know, beautiful future. It's not the Star Trek future of video games, but it's the best we got, and considering how it could have been.
I was volunteered at to show one of our international vendors around the workshop. Unfortunately, I hurt my leg when I was doing first introductions. It was a real ni-hao ni-ow.
That was very good. That was very good. No, actually, virtually, we've not seen any of the new Trek stuff. The only show we're kind of watching is new Fallout, which I'm liking. I'd say Little Fire is tolerating. But yeah, nothing else has really leapt forward. Like, you know, I want to start watching the new season of Jujutsu Kaisen, but I also don't want to, like, second screen it. I want to sit down and watch it proper. And with Chainsaw Man, it's the movie, and I looked at how much to watch it in a legal mean. The only way in which I would watch it, and it is far too much money right now. And, you know, it's not like I'm fucking swimming in free time.
The rug store is upset that the mug store dug a hole under the jug store, as flooding occurred. The pug store offered to help plug the excess, but the manager, Doug, just shrugged and said no.
From the Doug store. God damn it. It's a Doug Funny specialty emporium. Puns, thank you. Thank you all. So yeah. Virtually, I completely understood that sentence. I totally understood the things that you just said there. Totally. But yeah, I guess the only little bit of news that I had was I got to contribute to an article over on Aftermath, which was really cool. It is a very depressing topic though, so I haven't thrown it in long ship because you'll have heard my feels on the subject of GDC, and this was a very honest, very distilled bit. Damn, Yeti, let's go. So it just, sometimes, friends, it's just nice to be part of the conversation. Capcom has sold a record number of games, kind of reinforcing that video games aren't dead, they're just being made in Japan right now, and that's okay. Well, Japan and China kind of ruling it. Whether or not South Korea maintains its kind of part of the conversation is another matter. I.e., so like, there are some big games out of South Korea, but whether or not that can like support a burgeoning industry, or if it'll just be, oh hey, we've got PUBG. Oh, and the Wild one from yesterday. Yo, a court in the UK has ruled that RuneScape Gold is property and therefore can be stolen. Which is fucking wild. Now, I don't know if that's going to have any far-reaching consequence. You know, when it comes to law, you would need to talk to someone who understands how like international legalities affect other countries and stuff like that. Sounds more like Rune Escape, am I right? Whoa, that's the thing, like Boshi. ISK. If ISK counted as property, how would that change EVE Online? Because like everybody talks about EVE and its economy and ilk like that, but ultimately, without going outside the bounds of the game and doing things you're really not supposed to, like you can't take currency out of the economy of EVE and RuneScape and places like that. There are some games that let you turn currency into money, and that is always worrying. People Make Games made a whole documentary about, oh god, I'd have to look it up to find the name of it. There's a very old style MMO where the in-game currency had a USD conversion rate. All seem very true, but also like a non-small amount of Iceland's economy is tied into the success of CCP. Like, if a ruling suddenly tanked EVE tomorrow, the country would suffer. Kind of like if CD Projekt Red went under tomorrow, the Polish economy would be drastically affected. But that's another story. Like, okay, I know this isn't the most exciting of topics, but it's wild. Like, if someone jacked your account in RuneScape now in the UK and took your gold, you can go after them for theft. They have stolen from you, in the eyes of British law. Yes, I mean, Elnus, as I'm sure you know, but I guess for people who haven't encountered, so EVE Online, big space MMO, and it is famous for its stories. Now, I played EVE for many years. It's not that exciting to play, but the stories that come from it are fascinating. And one of them involved basically a massive theft. One person...
Making your in-game currency equivalent to a set amount of money is just common sense.
Okay, that's very good. That's very good. Airman, thank you. The TLDR is that somebody joined one of the big corporations, guilds. Okay. Thank you, Steam Deck. If you could start doing a thing, that would be lovely. Stream Deck, sorry. Yeah, managed to get themselves embedded, worked their way up through the ranks of this corporation until they were high enough up that they could just jack everything and go. They basically stole everything, dissolved the company, and then restarted a company with the same name so that they couldn't just rebuild everything automatically. I mean, people have written books about this heist. The idea that that could have legal implications is fucking wild. Yeah, I think it was Bandit Brothers. And yes, the Empire of Eve books are great. But it is worth saying that, like, Eve is one of those games where you've got to really enjoy, like, spreadsheets and optimization over a lot of other things. Oh shit! Virtue was just saying that person's identity never got revealed. Huh. I would have owned that shit so hard. Wilhelm von Crab Battle is actually on the Eve monument. That's how much I played. I always wanted Eve to be something that it was never gonna be. And that's on me, you know. Yeah, I think Eve had the possibility of becoming the everything space game more than a lot of other titles, but they took some risks over the years, and those risks nearly sunk Eve, and they need that game to keep the lights on. So moving to a licensing model and trying to make other stuff in it is fine. At the moment, they're making like an Eve sandbox game, and they're still supposedly working on the shooter, but it won't be tied to the game as they had initially pitched. So it's not gonna be like Dust, it's just gonna be a shooter based in the world of Eve. Yeah, Orzine, I should probably just give my account to somebody. I got a bunch of shit just sitting there. It actually would be fascinating to know how many assets within the ecosystem of Eve are just sitting on like old abandoned accounts. But I find the concept of digital economies fascinating. Because, like, despite having economists on staff and things like that, Eve does suffer from inflation, same as any MMO. The TLDR is basically any MMO will always suffer inflation, because if you kill a skeleton and he drops 1 gold, that wasn't a coin of gold that existed in the realm, that's just loot from an NPC. So you can just keep killing that skeleton and keep getting gold, which increases the amount of money in the pool, thus devaluing currency when dealing between players. Terraria's added 22 new achievements. How old is Terraria at this point? Have we checked? Do I have to buy a fucking... Is it old enough to drink? No, it's 15.
Under new management, the Thug Store. We've got offers you can't refuse.
The Thug Store. The Thug... We've got the Thug Dug Rug Jug Pug. And I think the Lug Store was in there somewhere. No, the Slug Store's still there. And yeah, and Cigarra, I agree with a lot of that stuff, you know. I always get enamored with the idea of MMOs, and I did enjoy World of Warcraft, but because of its success, it's slowly moving away from you are one character in a big living world, that MMO theme park style, which is not bad, right? Like, I don't want to say World of Warcraft is awful and terrible. It's just, I don't know. In the early days, exploring and finding something and feeling like, oh shit, this is just mine, and moving to that big, fancy spectacle that was more akin to like a theme park ride, but with numbers. Like, oh, Alnus, that one been sitting there for a while. Fucking hell. Very Simple Chaos is saying, I think there was also a tug store, but that might be a front for something. You know. What I would love to see is cheaper ways to make MMOs so we can have more flavor and more variety in that space. But even if, like, the perfect MMO dropped tomorrow, would I be able to play it, you know? I can tell you that the Dead by Daylight Stranger Things dropped.
Like Wallet is like, don't you fucking dare.
Sorry, that long exasperated sigh was that, so High Garden or whatever it was called dropped. It's been very struggling. Oh, Captain Stephanie Barnes, Watto, and welcome. It's seen a large number of users. It's not being received very well. Oh yeah, and Orzine, it's Vecna, 11, and Dustin, or Dustin with a skin becomes Eddie. We are in Stranger Things again. Now, we talked a lot about Highguard last week, and coming down for the grand opening. I have a pint only one at the Chug Store. Chug Store is currently awaiting its liquor license, so you can only chug our mixers. The idea that if you drink it quick enough, it doesn't count.
Evening. Doffs English flats cap in your general direction.
And a doffed flat cap towards you. May your blinders be peakied. Kaimball, Watto, and welcome. When are you going to do a rewatch of Peaky Blinders so I can make Peaky Blinder jokes again? Touche. Because I can't just say that really peakied my blinder out of nowhere. That doesn't work. You need to be watching Peaky Blinders so I can say that.
Why do I have to do the work so you can say some really witty one-line thing?
Son of white British man. Need everyone else to do all the work. It's fine. Oh, apparently there's a Peaky Blinders bar in Manchester.
Yeah, I'll just walk right.
We'll just pop on down for a quick pint.
Yeah.
We don't even go to the bar across the road.
Yeah, that's okay.
It is very people-y. Orzine, are we happy about that? Yeah, Vershi, bars cost money and there are humans there, Will? Touche, touche. Oh, why haven't we made... Oh, no, because I was trying to get the ratio right. Because I ended up trying to do the spaghetti bolognese sarnies. But we could use that roasted garlic spaghetti sauce I've been using. Don't know if we have enough tendies. I'm making us chicken parm sarnies. Or we can do Nugs Parmesan.
Just spread the chicken, sorry. Make your own chicken parm.
Oh, I don't know, maybe bread chicken. That's so much. That's why I get tendies. First you get ratioed, numpty. Wow. Where all your allegiances lie. God. But yeah, if you didn't see, so we talked about this yesterday, or whenever the last stream was. So High Guard dropped. It's not been doing very, very well, and we talked about it a lot on Saturday because for its slick presentation, it doesn't seem to have a personality. It has very, very large maps, but apparently everyone's very, very disconnected. It's one of those things that, like, I'm not happy that it's not doing well, right? If this game does good, then brilliant. But oh, that's cool. I haven't been to Manchester in a million years. And it's nice to know the Cloud Imperium game survivors are banding together. It has a horse but no truck nuts. Yeah. It's just, again, as everybody has said, there's like every part of this is something that you know, but none of it has any spice, any flavor. It's the truck nuts problem. If you're not familiar with it, Patrick Gill put together a video a couple years back, which was Anthem needs truck nuts. And while it's a funny thing to say, it's just this, there is such a thing as over-designing, you know, that you can create very, very beautiful environments with beautiful assets, but if it has no personality, then it doesn't really stand out, and High Guard sadly has that problem. We then looked at all the characters in Deadlock, and I may have accidentally set Damien down a dark path of playing Deadlock. I'm not sorry. I'm not here to help you, okay? I'm here to show you games. But I want to show you this. Yeah, I think it's over here. Yeah, so I'll pause this. The only thing that's been really noted is that this used to say from the creators of Titanfall and Apex Legends. That has been removed from the store page, which is not a good sign. Here we go. Muted, but I wanted to show you this. This is the class introduction cinematic for, I guess, the equivalent of the tank in Marathon. And this is the perfect example of, well, design truck nuts. Look at this weird bulbous guy. His armor is weird with QR codes and this strange kind of like... Oh, you know, Warframe has understood it. Warframe's designs have always been weird. From Excalibur through. Hell, even with Dark Sector, they still kept the weird. Now, this is just a character class introduction video. This is not a pre-order video. This is not an announcement video. And this is just soaking in style. Right? I don't know if Marathon is going to be brilliant or terrible or what have you, but you know what it isn't? Fucking boring. Yeah, it's there, meet the Marathon, but it's not even going for the personality element. It's just... all it's here to do, hang on, just forget how I changed the speed. Yeah, 1.5 quality, always. Like, this isn't even meet the. There is no personality behind this character other than their armor and their ability, and yet, look at this. Whereas in High Guard, sure, there's... the High Guard has no personality to get behind. It has no, like, central theme. This is a character with truck nuts. Yeah, Ozzy, it's got the fucking forklift style warning backing up lights. What a fucking great call. This is an asset that does a lot with very little. Yeah, honest, the colors clash, they stand out, they make you go, huh? Everything seems so purposeful, and yet the character design is somewhat like asymmetrical. And not just in that, ooh, they have daggers on one side and not the other. Everything in the UI feels like it serves a purpose, but it feels like it's over-engineered. Like the levels upon levels of like QR codes and things like that. Well, and do you want to stand out? That is the thing that's so crazy, that sums this character up so well. He is your tank. He is your big shieldy, well, I should say they, but this is your big shield, you know, person. They can take it. You know, the fact that they are so obviously easy to spot is a, whatever, come at me. It's the Space Marine philosophy. You know, Space Marines could be stealthier, but no, why would you? Also, whatever this is just, you know, reflected in your own doom there for a brief second. Let's fucking go. Yeah, so Vershi, then maybe it speaks, because the idea is that you're, in Marathon, you aren't this character, you are possessing the consciousness of somebody across the universe. So yeah, having 3D printed bodies as well as 3D printed armor makes sense, you know. And again, I don't know if this game is going to slap. It's an extraction shooter with a cool art style. Could be great, could be terrible. I played the Cycle, and that didn't spark joy the same way that like Arena Breakout did. But look at this! Look at this feckin' freeze frame right there. Why are there QR codes on the energy shield? Don't worry about it. It's so weird. It's so weird. I love it. And that's the problem, is like, hang on, I've got to put this back so I don't accidentally play the next video at slow motion speed. So you take that, and then we go back to high guard, and now look at the difference. Okay, cool. That's really cool that that person was riding around on a spirit bear, but like that shotgun is like it's like a mild source version of the shotgun from Doom. You know, our beefcake characters aren't beefcakey at all. You know, we've got the Japanese Oni demon, but without the cool, you know, 8-sided club or any of the weirdness. You know, we've got Slavic Bear Man, but I guess he's just got a bit of silver in his beard. Oh, and we've got, I guess, generic Thief Lass? Okay, so we've got these Nordic environments, sort of, and we've got these, I don't know, faux medieval European castle style, sort of, and then whatever this kind of church bell. Yes, you know what? Let's have a look at For Honor. Yeah. So with For Honor, even though there are 3 distinct cultures battling, they're all a bit broken, a bit grimy. Now, I'm not usually a big fan of the whole muddy dark brown, but I didn't realize they'd added Romance in the Three Kingdoms style folks, but yeah. Although this was the game that had the unfortunate despite not being made for, unfortunately became very, very popular with terrible people. Probably the Crusader angle. Crusaders and Vikings, I guess. But anyway, but my point being here is that there's a unified feel, and everything's just a little bit over the top. And it's your standard stuff, but accented. Everyone is fucking massive in this. And like, it feels bad bringing Warframe up when we're talking about like free-to-play stuff, because Warframe's been going for a long time. It has a lot of content, but in the same breath, like, those who do not learn from history are doomed to repeat it. You know. Yes. And I wouldn't call this historically accurate, like, but it's pulling from history and using those weird bits, you know? Someone said that about like Bloodborne's trick weapons, how they feel like the cool things that you'd find in a museum. You know, that time period where the French went through of making like the weirdest fucking combi weapons ever. We used to use the term historically authentic in Total War. Oh, damn. Oh, damn. But look, when you have a big heavy bloke, that's a big heavy bloke. That's not... You can play patty cake with pirates. You know? One of the things that I don't think gets discussed enough is how the new God of War doing the Norse gods did a great job with making them authentic and also stand out. Yeah, in For Honor, the skinny wave characters are also jacked. Everyone's jacked in this, but when someone is big, they are massive. And then if we go back and look at High Guard, everybody's just kind of generic. Yeah, we actually got to meet one of the main blokies who worked on this, the dude with the fancy hat. He gave me my little... I've got the Viking faction pin on my pin board. He gave it to us at GEC, and we got to have a chat with him. And he gave a massive fuck about it. Now, is For Honor the kind of game that I want to spend a large amount of time with? Not really, but that's just me. You know? Now, someone said that Concord was the victim of toxic positivity, and I do wonder if High Guard had suffered a similar problem. But I guess it'll be a while before we know kind of like what was going on behind the scenes. Yeah, Alan, there's loads of games like that, you know, where I can absolutely appreciate the craft and the intent, but it's not something I want to spend time with. You know, I love the idea of, you know, Europa Universalis, but I'm not spending time on that. Okay, sorry, there's a ton of assets. It's just... One of the things that's really, really important right now is you are not trying to stand out against just the games that are releasing at the same time. You have to stand out. You know, in the English language, in English language regions, i.e. regions where, you know, the English language is most dominant in terms of video game sales, you're going up against everyone else. And I just, with High Guard, like, okay, if we bring up the gameplay deep dive, like, there's nothing to get behind. And timing does play a factor. So, like, for example, you could not release a game exactly like Destiny right now because Destiny was already a bit of a confusing mess with its clashing styles, but at least it was weird. Price point can help, but right now there's somebody in every price band that you're fighting with, you know. Free is a good way to get a large amount of people in through the door in, like, day one. You know, Apex Legends was a very, very successful drop in a crowded market, but Apex did have a very, very clear pitch, and it had a very, very... God. Sorry, I'm just looking at these character designs. I'm like, I've seen all of these a million times before. Apex did also have a cool visual style that we didn't have elsewhere. And also, yeah. But if you were going to make a Destiny, i.e. player hubs, you know, sharded environments and whatnot, I don't know. Like, I've watched these trailers multiple times, and I keep trying to be like, but what is this? Like, is it a Siege the Castle base building game? Is it a, you know, PvE EV distraction game? Like, the definitive pitch of this is very confusing. And you don't need me to tell you that. I'm not happy this game is doing poorly, but it's definitely one that's interesting to deconstruct, you know? Well, and Handlebar, I mean, we talked about this on Saturday, but the problem with this is that it doesn't have... It's made a lot of the same mistakes that Lawbreaker's made. Like, it does not have clear, readable silhouettes of characters. It does not have a clear, understandable premise. Well, and it was like the things we were talking about with Concord as well, that, like, these character designs aren't awful, and this visual style, if you told me that this was a co-op story game we were going to play with the homies, I'd be like, alright, okay, here we go. But it appears to be maybe a battle royale, maybe I don't know. Like, I guess it's a capture the flag versus-y game thing? So yeah, Alice, like, a Masters of the Universe game like this could really pop off. And with that, because it's using an existing IP, that's a pitch, that's a premise that people can get behind. This doesn't have a pitch other than, well, it's like a lot of other things you're already playing, but ours, but different, I don't know. Okay, Sarah, let me pull that one up. Because I don't... you said Season 4 trailer. Okay, so we'll pause this over here. Apex, this is the Season 4 trailer. Ah, yes. Now, this is where we start getting into the shit that I'm obsessed with, which is, like, how additional assets and how showing off your game contextualizes how people see it. You will all be shocked to know the reason why this was good is because there is a cool murder assassin bot. Because the thing was, like, TF2 laid the foundation for how you can use things outside of your game to establish characters and plot and give users a grounding. Exactly, babies. I would say that this was refined and perfected with Overwatch, and then Sorry?
Did you just say something?
Yeah. Oh my god, I'm losing my mind again. Dude, I have...
It's dead quiet in here except for you.
Oh.
Nobody has made noise but you. God. Auditory hallucination.
Yeah, let's hear it for sleep deprivation and all the other fun stuff. Is this Battleborn? Hey, Vernon, I'll talk about the Battleborn trailer. Battleborn was also one of the games that did not have a clear premise to pitch. Now, with this kind of asset, the game is already out, so it's more about framing a character and giving you a reason to either start playing or go back. Yeah, he's a dark ghost robot. Let's go. But, like, look at his design and the implications of it and stuff here. So good. Easy now, Saren. Don't make me get the water bottle. Kissable lips. Don't make me get the hose. Well, and also this whole thing of, like, he's also, like, an unhinged perception of reality. Like, let's go. And yes, you're right. This is the kind of stuff you can do when the main game is out, but I also feel that, you know, if you're spending all this money on marketing assets and shit, like the High Guard announcement trailer was bad. It was confusing, it was weird, it gave us no pitch in the world. We talked about this with Concord, that Concord had similar problems. The sad thing was, if you didn't watch it, just back on some High Guard footage. If you didn't watch it, the Concord episode of Secret Level, Amazon's little, like, what if Love, Death, and Robots video games, was really good. It was a great pitch. That's the kind of thing that we should have gotten. Because users will put up with a lot if the idea is there, you know? You can see it on a million Steam threads where someone will be like, oh man, like, I really like this idea. I just, you know, I hope it unfurls. Oh, okay, I'm the kind of dickhead that says that. But more like, you know, I really hope, you know, this game isn't there yet, but it might be. You've gotta sell people on a dream, right? It's entertainment, this is fun, this is... You can't just sell someone mechanics and a pretty idea with nothing to ground it. God, what do these even mean? So yeah, Vanguard. Is this Vanguard? The Counter-Strike, but League of Legends. The assets on that one are brilliant. I guess. Okay. Vanguard is more like Counter-Strike hero shooter. Yes, Orzine, absolutely. Because the thing is, like, Destiny was big and weird. But you know what? It sold you big and weird. I've criticized Destiny for a lot of different things over the years, like mostly business-wise. But you know what? Even though it never became what I hoped it was going to, that first initial, like, hey, there's a big extra moon that gives you powers. And you're like, what do you mean? What do you mean it gives you powers? Like, don't worry about it. I don't have time to explain why I don't have time to explain. Hawks, Jeff Keighley's most favorite game ever is counting large piles of money while someone touches his feet. Um, like, the visual identity around Destiny was very strong, and the truck nuts thing is very, very true. Like, everything's just slightly weird in Destiny. You know, you have your kind of rogue hunter type who's also a cool gunslinger. So why is he dressed like a knobhead? The warlocks make no sense. Why are you wearing like a dress tabard over your armor? Okay. And big old friggy titans. You know, they're all weird. The world is weird. The world makes you want to ask questions of it. Look, I'm going to say something, and I don't mean this to sound as unkind as it's going to, but Highguard's high-quality banality is what worries me and why I fight so hard against, like, AI shite in video games, right? Because AI slop can only ever regurgitate what has happened. It can never give something original. It can never do something that hasn't been done prior. It can never have a heart. You know, I hate when teams like, oh, we used it for concept art. No, that's the last place it should be. Concept art 1 is fucking fun. Concept art is like that bit when you're trying to make a D&D campaign and you're just coming up with the world and you don't have to do any of the work. You know, those who do not learn from history are doomed to fucking fail. God damn it, I forgot Google fucking sucks in all ways, shape, and form. Okay. Alright, I can't find that one, but... Oh, and before you say anything, yes, I know Front Mission 3 is coming out on Steam. I don't know if the AI art's been removed from it, but I'm worried, and it's probably going to be slop. Okay, here we go. This is a good one. So this is Mr. the Final Fantasy's concept art from one of my favorite games, which is Front Mission. Look at that. That is from a mech tactics game with a heavy political overtone. Look at this. Look at this. Now, this is from Square's, like, Golden Age, where they were just banging out any concept. Now, Front Mission ultimately leans heavier into, like, the realistic mech design, but these are the concept art pieces from that baseline. This is where it grew from, right? And you can see that kind of like classic Final Fantasy style light and dark. Yeah, look at that. This juxtaposition of this like beautiful, almost impossible jungle against like the stark metal designs. Very reminiscent of Final Fantasy IV and stuff like that. Is it 4? Well, so Handlebar Orion, there's loads of different tech that's kind of get bundled into the AI slop umbrella. And Once the AI bubble pops, then we'll start deconstructing, like, you know, the difference between, you know, motion smoothing and generated animations. You know, the difference between procedural animation and, you know, dog shit AI influences and things like that. And exactly, Alnus, it doesn't just inform the art, it informs the theme, the narrative, the characters, you know? Like, look at this. Now, obviously, it took a few iterations before it got from this point to what we saw in Front Mission. And that really did dictate it, but, like, let me see if I can find a good height. Yeah, so look at, like, that is literally the cartridge art for Front Mission right there. That's the first thing that people saw. Now, what annoys me is that as the remakes have gone on, this is now what we get. Like, alright, sure, people are there for the Wanzers, not for, you know, blokey McBlokeface, but you know, even if we go to Front Mission 3, this was going for more of a 2000s anime vibe, but it still had its glorious weirdness. Let's see if I can find that. Oh, and some of also the mech combat stuff, they were doing some gorgeous stuff with that. Ultimately, the box art being kind of like a very 2000s setup, but and Handlebar, we don't need to go down that route, but the TLDR is that there isn't one. There isn't a next grift. So it's gonna be very bad. Because all the VC funding that used to pour into the American games industry is gone, and there isn't going to be another one behind it. You know, the AI bubble is going to take... It's going to crater the tech industry in the US, and it's going to affect us in games because there won't be people running around just throwing money at video games. It's not the end of video games by any means, but it's just... US games industry is completely fucked. Anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to bring it down to the heavy point. Just, like, look at these fashion poses for character concepts for a game that is ultimately going to be a politically charged giant robot tactics game. And then we've got this. Now, I don't know if High Guard's put out any of its concept art. Doesn't seem like anything. It doesn't seem like anything has been put out yet. So yeah. Anyway, I don't want to keep wailing on this title. It's having a hard time. It could turn it around. Who knows? And if it does turn around, then brilliant. More games succeeding is great for us all. Okay, Handlebar, Hawks, I'm calling Wizard Veto. Alright? Because we're getting into the dark here. Now, this is Earth Must Die, and it made me smile because the blokey behind No More Robots posted out today, oh, thank fuck it's selling good. And yes, I do believe that's the bloke from Taskmaster. This dropped today, and it's doing good. I've always really appreciated No More Robots because whilst Alex is sometimes wrong, he's always straight up. And I just want to highlight this because, you know, if you just talk about things like High Guard, we're only talking about the big, expensive failures, and we're not talking about games that are made in a smart way that are doing great. You know, we saw Dispatch do amazing, and this is kind of proving that. And this is obviously more comedy than Dispatch's kind of like horny superheroes, but let's fucking go. You know, I'm just seeing what else is like dropping from the wish list. Sadly, Echoes of Elysium is having a very rocky launch, so best of luck to him. I hope they turn it around. I forget why Valkyrie Saga was on my wish list. I don't know if this was known by a homie, but just another great, like, classic PS2 game that never actually came out. You know what I mean? I honestly think that Klonoa not having 50 sequels has probably inspired more video games than they would have made. You know? And one of the things I do love about these titles is that while they're going for that old aesthetic, they get to do things like have ridiculous draw distances and huge setups. If you like deck builders and want to be fucking horrified, ever since Winnie the Pooh was in the public domain, we knew this was coming. It's Winnie's Hole. You pick these strange mutations affecting Winnie the Pooh as he continues to walk through the 100-acre wood, becoming more and more horrific. And hey, no one's going to accuse this game of being boring. My eyes! Showing Hole on Twitch. Couldn't be my streamer. Yeah. Also, like, it's not something we talk about very, very often, but the Australian government has been doing real good by its video games grants. I met a couple of folks who had them in the past, and yeah. Now, I don't know if Hack Hub is any good or not. I'm a sucker for a hacking game. Most of them are bad. Some of them are Night Team 4, which is amazing. Like, whether or not this is actually a good game is to be seen. But it could be rad. I was a huge, huge fan of Uplink a million years ago, so, you know, any game that can make me feel like I'm bouncing my connection across the earth while the FBI is trying to track me down feels fucking good. What else is on which one was Escape the Ever After? Fight capitalism in the satirical adventure RPG. God, I am so exhausted. I have no memory of this. But hey, if it's in my wish list, it's going to be doing something, right? I mean, Simple Chaos, isn't every game a hacking game if they give you a machete? Machete. Paper Mario and the fourth quarterly report. Yeah, it looks really cool. And again, I wanted to show these because again, when things like High Guard happen, and High Guard again could be completely turned around, it's a very public misstep, and everyone's going to be taking their pound of flesh off of that one. You know, if there's one thing the internet loves, it's a metaphorical car crash. But at the same time, like, we're talking about all these things and all these challenges we're facing. Video games are still doing good, and they are still selling, alright? So yeah. Okay. Okay. No, so Hawks. Okay, outrage is certainly manufactured. I think the deconstruction of High Guard is valid. You know, it. For those who don't remember, so Apex Legends was a surprise drop. There was 1 day's heads up before it was just released everywhere. Now, at the time, we all theorized it was part of EA's weird, like, self-sabotage thing, or is to say EA desperately trying to sabotage anything coming from, is it Respawn? Sorry, I need more coffee. What happened with Apex was they just kind of threw it out. It was just released, there was a trailer on release day, and they paid a bunch of streamers on day one to play it, and it caught fire. I think that Apex was sent out to die, and I think it succeeded in spite, not because of. High Guard... High Guard's an important one to deconstruct for us because the budget was certainly there, but somewhere along the line the concept got muddied, the idea got muddled. Like, there's a good thing to deconstruct, you know? And let us not forget, Fallout 76 was not good at launch. Also, very weird and very confusing. What people wanted was they wanted a Fallout co-op game to play with friends. They did not want Fallout Rust Edition. They didn't want to have to worry about getting nuked by randos. And at launch, Fallout 76 didn't have, you know, a large proportion of the things that a Fallout game should have as standard. You know? Now, unfortunately, outside of spots like this, you know, the internet is powered by rage and outrage. You know, getting mad about things like Fallout 76 is how some people pay their rent, and I can't imagine a more miserable life. Like, imagine just have to be angry about every game every day. God. The reason why we're talking about High Guard and things like that is because the games industry is changing. It is changing drastically and very, very quickly. And teams like the High Guard team, I don't know, someone along the way fucked up, and it is unlikely that we'll ever find out who, you know. It was the same thing with Concord. We'll never truly know who it was that biffed that one. I spoke to somebody who worked for a team that was brought in by Sony to help them just get Concord out the door. And like I said, the thing I kept hearing was this toxic positivity that no one wanted to say no to anybody during Concord's construction. No one was being the grown-up. And look, being a producer is a hard job. You have 1,000 spinning plates, but those plates are also creatives who are the worst. I know, because I'm the worst. And sometimes, oh, DJ Quill, Watto and welcome. Sometimes as a producer, you have to tell grown people, grown-ass adults, no, we're not doing that. You can't yes and all the time. You get to yes and during the creative phase, during the concept art phase, and let's just throw anything at the wall and see what happens. And then once it gets past a certain point, someone has to be the grown-up and say, no. All right, no, we just, no. Okay, we're just doing this. You know? Yeah, I mean, well, Hawks, in theory, these big studios should be able to do a No Man's Sky. Like, a game with a great premise, can then be worked on until it reaches that point and beyond. I played Fallout 76, last year? It's good. Honestly, like, it was Kimball's band that got me to kind of get over myself with Fallout 76. You have to understand, though, the amount of times we had to listen to fucking Country Roads in and around the industry. Like, you don't even know.
Grown up? I don't want to grow up. I'm a Toys R Us kid. Rip Jeffrey.
Rest in pepperoni, Jeffrey. There was a knockoff Jeffrey that was running around a few conventions, which I thought was extremely funny. But yeah, the sad thing with High Guard is that they're not going to get another chance. Unless something drastically changes. And that's not me wishing that on them, that's just the reality of it. See, Fallout had money, and Fallout had money before everything went to shit. There was an interesting article over the weekend. Hang on, let me start getting Silksong booted up. I'm not gonna jump into it, but it's gonna take me a while to get up to speed on this one. So there was an interesting article over the weekend about what's happened to Starfield. Starfield has been promising this concept of the version 2, right? They've been saying for ages that they're going to do Starfield 2.0. And we're getting real quiet about that one. Exactly. Oh, you're going to be all quiet on me, aren't you, Silksong? There we go. But yeah, so Fallout 76 has had the time to grow and breathe and has done very well. Now, Fallout 76 is a bit of a mess to get where you need to go, and you need to basically pay for a subscription to have a private session, which is something that I would consider like a necessity. So Fallout 76 does end up being an expensive game, but it's good. It is Fallout co-op with friends, and it works. Starfield is probably not going to get the time to breathe because, you know, Bethesda's going to get the squeeze from Microsoft, something fierce. Starfield was supposed to be Skyrim in space. In terms of sales, in terms of, like, impact on the industry, and it sure as shit wasn't. You know? Yes, I mean, Shaunerist, you're 1,000% right. The yearly and quarterly, the quarterly and yearly financial reportings that especially the, you know, American and British games industry are lashed to means that you can't have a 10-year plan because the game has to make more money, or at least enough money to justify its existence every year. No Man's Sky was made by Hello Games, and while it was published by Sony, they retained the IP and creative control. All the money that came in from No Man's Sky's pre-order, from that huge hype push, Hello Games kept it. And they kept that gigantic war chest and just kept working on it. They didn't have to worry about, you know, if No Man's Sky didn't sell as well on year 2 as year 1, that's fine. But in big AAA games, especially games that are free to play, where the revenue needs to be going up, not down. Hey Hawks, if someone can find the money, I will set up a game studio in a heartbeat. Last year, we were looking into the spec of beginning some indie publishing stuff. That hasn't stalled due to lack of intent or creativity. That's because the world is bad. That's another story. But yeah, like, it takes a few years to turn a big game around. Now, CD Projekt Red are also... Okay, when I say independent, I mean CD Projekt Red is a big company. They are not our friends, but they own their own shit. And the amount of time and effort they put into turning Cyberpunk around, plus commissioning, spending money on the Edge Runners anime show, and then putting it out on Netflix, putting it out everywhere they could. Fucking brilliant. But that's a huge expenditure. Now, they've turned the ship around, and Cyberpunk is a franchise they'll be able to make even more money off of. It's what's so infuriating about dealing with big publishers and dealing with the, you know, the American investment system is like, They want it to always be making more money. Netflix games fucking died because every year the goalpost changed and the expectation that Netflix games would be making more money than it just did. Whereas its original pitch was, you know what, we're going to get a few indie teams together, we're going to make some creative stuff, and just we'll see how it goes. And it turned into, why aren't all these games making more money? You know, and a game takes 3 years to make. During that time, 3 different changes in terms of, you know, expectation of output. Yeah. Sorry, it's not like I have strong opinions on this or anything. No. You know. I mean, Hawks, in an ideal world, a Netflix for games would be fucking smart, but the tech isn't there, and the audience was super fucking confused by what they were getting. Like, okay, Star Trek Future, magical future. You're there and you're scrolling through future flicks and all of the shows and TV shows that you like, which haven't been pulled and got fully finished and were awesome. And you're like, oh shit, Hollow Knight Sauté's ball bag punching experience. Oh, it's here. And you click a button. And then you just go, all right, and you just start playing. No installation, no faffomancy, no nothing. That is a beautiful future, right? But that's not what it became. Yeah, actually, Vershi mentioned earlier that the new Star Trek show is kind of depressing and everything's bad. I'm like, no. Look, I'll handle Old Man Picard, but you're supposed to be hope. It's alright, I can just rewatch The Orville and have an existential crisis. Anyway, but my point being is, like, that concept of Netflix for games is a great one. However, like, Game Pass is bad, and Microsoft are just evil atop evil. Netflix will not let their games division breathe long enough. Yeah, puns. The Orville is not depressing. It's not depressing, Starfleet Academy? Oh, I mean, I haven't seen it and I haven't had the chance to watch it. Like, I'm probably not going to for a long time, but... Verdon, I don't even need a TV to have an existential crisis. That's how powerful I am. It's coming from inside the house. Oh, excuse me. Anyway, I'm careening wildly off course. You know, essentially what is needed is someone with enough cash and enough vision to set up a studio and let it breathe for 5 years. Right? Like, essentially, to dominate the games industry right now in North America or in, you know, the UK, you would just need an angel investor who gets it. I know that sounds stupid, but, you know, the joke is, how do you turn a lot of money into a little bit of money? It's like when you start making video games. However, successfully growing a stable of games would allow you to make money kind of in perpetuity. You know, every new generation that comes up discovers new games. Games have little to no overhead in terms of, like, storage. You know, it's not like you have to make a fresh batch of video games every morning, or, you know, have to, I don't know. Like, when done well, games sit on digital storefronts, people buy them, and you don't even have to be there. There's no logistics, there's no overheads. Anyone in the world can buy a copy of Silksong on digital format and just play it. Silksong will continue to sell for 10, 20 years, however long that Valve's able to keep, you know, the Steam store going, and then whatever comes after that, assuming there is. But it's just, video games can never work in the investment cycle because they take years to make, and you have to grow creativity, which means you have to have some missteps and you have to have some wins. You know, one of the things that we used to talk about a lot is how Tencent's got the right idea. Tencent gives a little bit of cash to just about anyone who'll ask, but if they become the next Riot, then Tencent goes mine. They're replacing Steam with yachts. Steam-powered boating. Sponsored by Gaben. And yeah, I obviously get frustrated because I see the path to victory so clearly, but it runs counter to the way investment stuff works. You know? I know one person is making a game, but I know someone also called it, you know, the little coffee shop that doesn't make money. I don't know. Yeah, you're right. Yacht Club Games got in there early. Okay. So, friends, I'm restarting Silksong now. Is anyone tapping out to avoid spoilers, just so I can wish you well? Tomorrow we're going to be playing Anodyne 2 as part of the game club for this month. I did ask if a few homies wanted to come join us for our game club on Friday night, so we'll see how it goes. And yeah, but Hawks, Gloomwood can take its time, so can Ultra Kill, you know? New Blood fucking gets it. Oshri picks games very, very carefully to publish, and then just is like, just take your time. Okay, puns, always good to see you, friend. Okay, well, Orzine, always good to see you, and it's nice to know I managed to sneak into your werewolf consciousness. Right, let's get going. Oh, hang on. It's going to take me a sec to get warmed up, friendos, so we'll there'll be some running about and some faffomancy. I say again, awoo! Okay. So, after last week, we've got the Hero's Call. Seek out a distressed bug near the Blasted Steps Bellway. I think that's what we were aiming for. And we're also trying to destroy void masses. We've got 3 hearts to calm, or claim. Still a few bugs we're missing. On account of all the murder. Oh, God. Okay. And the blasted... Yeah, so the Hero's Call is by the Blasted Steps Bellway. Okay, that's cool. We can get there real easy. Okay. Jonas is saying there's a thing that might happen if we rest at that spot there. I can keep giving it a try. ultimately, this run through... Was that it? A crawl summons. Defiler Dark Attend, home wheel. Hey, Jonas, it worked. Did the little, like, fucking summons there. Okay. Attend home wheel. So where is that taking us? So it's an optional boss fight. If you want to go do it, then go for it. If you had some idea of where you were heading today, then just go there instead. So where, I mean, Charles, where is it? Because, like... Other than, like, stocking up on... other than stocking up on, you know, shards and whatnot, there isn't too much else. In Greymore, there's a spot called the Craw's Nest. Okay. Greymore. Oh, Craw Lake. Okay. Yeah, it gives us an excuse to go in the halfway house. Because, like, I've got nothing to lose right now, so... There we go. See? I still got it. Ooh. I'm not gonna say no to the targeting stuff. Might work slightly better than the counters. And yeah, so I don't, because it's been 2 weeks since I've been able to play this. Last week because of stuff and things. But we did finally get the Spirit Soul. So now whenever we sit down, it recharges. Oh. I can definitely stand to rework some of this. Magnetic dice. Weighted belt, finally. Honestly, I might just go for shards, because, well, they're harder to pick up. And the curved sickle. I haven't really used the flint slate, which feels like a... Yeah, let's fuck with that today. I haven't set anything on fire in ages. But we did get the needle fully upgraded, if I remember correctly. And we are no joke in terms of just raw power. Which, not gonna lie, feels pretty good. Yeah, a little arson as a treat. And now we have the ability to just kind of like sit and recharge our silk at the same time, which is fucking cool. Just gotta... yeah, find my feedies again. Scotty, how you doing? How goes it? Come home to a real fire. A little fire, if you will. And Scotty, how goes it? Is this the right spot? This feels like the right spot. But I might just be doing the old follow the light. So yeah, I see the pin nails. Okay. Give the craw summons. I assume there's no reason not to, right? I assume there's like crow murder going down. So Scotty, I don't know how much is actually left. We got 3 main quests, and we're kind of doing side things still. But I missed last week's one, so you know. Oh, excuse me. Okay. Ah! Sup, nerds? I think I've read this. Okay. Oh shit! You ever explode 2 crows at once? Gonna run out of crows, mate. Fuck. Okay, okay. I know where we're at. I know how we're going to do this. But I do need to turn on our little kill counter. Via Kuaz. We are at 410 deaths. We may reach 420 Blaze It this very eve. But yes, Scotty, how are you holding up? What's going down? All right. Okay. Gonna run out of crows, mate. Okay, okay. What the fuck? Okay, okay. 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 So what did we learn? Okay. Oh man. Oh, okay. So yeah, no, the crow did 6 chains out that then spawned spikes and barbed wire from them. Gotta say, I am liking the homing weapons though. Can bring my little dronios with. And it did feel good to get 2 murders on the claw minions, but oh, you know what? trying to decide if there's anything. No, actually, to be honest, I felt like I was in the groove there, which is nice. Haven't needed it, but rather have it and not need it, you know what I mean? But no, I actually felt like I was handling that. And yeah, for us, is there such a thing as an optional boss? Yeah, Fershi, thank you. You'll can't call it optional. Okay. Okay, okay. Okay, okay. Sorry, I gotta get my head back in the game. This is not a... This is not a boss for banter. But you lot are probably sick of me fucking talking anyways, that's fine. First time, every time. 3 tries on a warm-up. Let's call that one a successful murder. Ooh, the Craw Memento. I think I watched that. Is that the one that comes after the Craw Identity? I can't remember. Or the Crawn Ultimatum? I forget. It's a very confusing series. No, feel free to tell me how great and brilliant I am. You know, obviously I know, but, you know, I never get tired of hearing it. Okay. An iron emblem at the Court of Crows, absolving the bearer of all crimes past and future. No crime. And a craw bell, a nest fashioned from an old bell. Once set up, young craws will occasionally roost within, filling the bell with shell shards and rosaries. Yo! Thank you, Simple Chaos. I am very funny. And also modest. And humble. Don't forget humble. It's honestly one of my bestest and most awesome qualities. Even humbler than the gods. Exactly, Virals. How are you doing, friend? I killed your king. What are you gonna do? Oh. Lovely. Well, we'll go get that installed back at Orm. And then we get loads of free goodies. Do you ever think about what happens to heroes' homes after the game is over? I do. I often used to think that, like, especially with, like, Fable and games like that, where if, like me, you made an inordinate amount of cash being a benevolent landlord, that's how you know it's a fantasy game, because it's the only way in which such a thing could exist. But then what happens if we just stop showing up? Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Yeah. Let's go rest. You know. Zelda moves in and tosses out all of Link's stuff. Okay. I like my... The railgun is now a lot more viable. Ugh, on account of the fact that we can just recharge Silk anytime we have a little sit down. I don't know. It's an odd thing to think about, you know. The hero's home, perhaps, like, sitting there, like, empty, but, I don't know, kept forth as some kind of, I don't know, shrine. Sorry, like I said, I'm still getting my feeties back under me. Back to Bellheart. We get a crow nest. Oh yeah, so your vampire other half is just sitting in there enjoying the whole run of the place. Maybe they think of you fondly from time to time, but you know, they've got immortality and time to spare. I'm just stacking up on shard bundles because I know eventually I'll need a crap load of them. At some point I will hit a boss I cannot overcome through the usual mischief. Oh, hang on. Install Crawlbell? Absolutely. There we go. Now we've got a little birdhouse for our bell. Okay. So we have the Surface memento and now the Court of Crows memento. We're doing real well. Yeah, Hawks, I was talking about this with Little Fire, of how, like, of all the things that people don't talk about, Deus Ex Human Revolution's opening is still one I wish people would talk about more. Because, like, look, we all play video games for different reasons, and I'm entirely okay with the thematics of time pressure versus the actualities of it. I.e., in this, we're being told that the world is moments away from ending, so we have to dive into the abyss, sever Grandmama Silk's, like, abyssal connection, and maybe either free or kill Lace? Who knows? Oh, yeah, sorry, Chaunerus, I did see it. I should have pointed it out, but yeah. But ultimately, we could just sit here for 2 real-world days in Belhar, and nothing would change, and that's fine. But Deus Ex Human Revolution, the game starts, and it says, all right, there's a hostage situation. We don't have time to get you acclimatized to your new job. Adam Jensen, I never asked for this. You've got to go. It's a hostage situation. But you play video games. You're a gamer. So you're like, yeah, whatever, mate. So you take your time and you putz about, like, you know, you go exploring, you get all the practice kits and goodies that can be found in the vents. The game's like, hey, like, no, seriously, we need you to go save these people. And you're like, if you fuck around too much at the beginning of Human Revolution, they kill the hostages, and they're just dead. Now, I don't remember a time constraint in Deus Ex 1, but I do remember that if you go into the women's restroom, that someone makes an anonymous complaint about you. And that was really jarring to me because I was used to, you know, your Dooms and your Quakes. You are the player. You're allowed to go anywhere. You just, if there's a bathroom, you just go in it. And then being like, oh, and Adam, stay out of the women's restroom. It's like, wait, what? What? Now, I don't know if there's a good term for it, where the arcing thematics have a time constraint, but, you know, because, yeah, Cyberpunk, you know, you have this, it's instilled upon you that you have this thing in your head that's going to kill you, that you need to either get it solved or sorted. But honestly, you can spend in-game months just putzing around. Yep. Yeah, Minnesota, if you steal from your co-workers, you start getting emails about people stealing shit, which I think is very funny. Okay, Blasted Steps Beltway for our next adventure. Yeah, but I'm not saying that we should put time constraints on players. Because if there's one thing your player will hate super quickly, it is being told, oh, you have X amount of time to do this. Hang on, let me just rest here real quick. So I think it's our friend's gonna need help. You know, Jackie, it makes the game world feel alive, feel ecstatic, you know. Having thematics where the world continues without you is awesome. But I will say that, you know, I think that Dead Rising's time constraints remove so much of what I would have liked from it. Having time progress in a non-linear fashion is fine. I don't like this. No! No! Oh, this is going to be a heartbreaker, isn't it? Okay, for the friend. Yeah. Oh. Helps if I don't... Oh. Okay, fuck off. Helps if I don't fall into my own pit. their darkness powers are kind of kicking my ass right now. Oh, he is a great and honourable warrior. It does, but it's also that reminder that the Abyss does not care. He managed to avoid the haunting threads. Fuck. Hey, Caffeine, Watto, and welcome. Hello, hello. Yeah, no, so Scotty, he hits for 2 and sometimes 3, and directly damages my Silk because of the Abyssal attack. Fuck. He's a gentleman and a warrior, but I have a gun. Yup. Oh. Okay. I've realised I'm wildly more hungry than I thought, so I may have to make something that resembles sustenance. But yeah, so Caffeine, how goes it? Oh, fuck. That's on me. Guess you didn't bring the bell. Well, Caffeine, that's good to hear. Fuck. Okay. Fuck. Chorderist to be continued. I mean, Caffeine, we knew it was only a matter of time. That little furball rules your roost. Come on, focus. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck you. Hit me in the foot. That wasn't quick enough. Fuck. I got the rhythm down, my brain's all over the place. Okay, okay. Okay, okay. Okay. Sorry. I wasn't there. I wasn't there. 420 lime if you got him. Fuck yeah. Okay. Fuck. Oh, fuck. Yeah. Sorry, 420 zips past. Okay. Focus. I can do this. I can do this. Okay, no. Focus. Says it's going to focus. It does the opposite of focusing. Darn it. Why lock in when you can lock out? Yeah, I'll... Okay, one more try. Win, lose, or draw. And then, friends, I'm gonna... I don't know, I'll see if I can make a sandwich or something. Or just... I'm not present right now. And that's not really... That's a fault of mine. Fuck. Okay. Okay. I'm not declaring defeat on this guy, and honestly, this is going to be heartbreaking, and when we have to put him... Well, we have to give him peace, but he's being consumed by forces far beyond ours. He deserves an honorable warrior's death. But friends, I just need a moment. I'm gonna make something edible and, I don't know, a hoodie or something in return. I'm sorry. Like, I try not to let my mind wander to bad stuff while we're playing. And usually with the cacophony of streams and everything, things don't get on top of me, but I think in those last couple moments they did. And hunger's probably not helping. So look, if you need a snack, if you want to get a cup of tea or a coffee or what have you, now is the time to do it, because that's exactly what I'm going to do. So don't go anywhere, and we'll complete this very Soulsian of heartbreaking boss fights. Okay. And Chef, it is, but I'll be back in just a second, so don't go anywhere, right? Because, you know, I want to hear how you're doing and how the game's coming and stuff. Me and Little Fire have been doing a lot of indie horror stuff recently, and, yeah. Anyway, let me get something and I'll be back in just a second. Would you all like to hear the whitest sentence I think I'm ever going to say? Which might only translate to for Scotty. But I found out where to get Pizza Express sauce on the internet. Because it's really good to dunk pizza crusts into, which I think is awesome. I know, super exciting life that I lead. But that's a thing that I found. And J-Post, thank you for the sneaky bits. You know what, I'll put the BRB needs tea up for a bit. Because I need to just get some... I mean, Chef, that's what made the Domino's in the UK pop. This little sauce you could get with it was fucking grand. Whew, sorry, it's very chilly here. Whew. But I haven't found an equivalent in the States. And the Pizza Express house dressing worked so good as a crust dip. It's fucking brilliant. Oh, sorry, friends, and apologies for getting in my own head there. You know, I'm pretty good about keeping my my noggin where it's supposed to be. Hell, one of the reasons why I talk so much about games and games art is because I guess that's my coping mechanism with the... It's always been my coping mechanism with not letting my brain spiral into the darkness. But no one's immune. Wait a second, Chef. That doesn't seem like good news at all. That seems like... Let me check my notes here. Bad news. That seems bad. Hopefully at least, Chef, you're getting some time off to recover. Hey, Quasi. How goes it? I just desperately had to get some calories in my system because my brain was starting to spiral a little bit. It's like, this current boss is tricky, but not difficult. I'm not present, and I was fine with the crows. I think there was just enough going on. Oh, Vershi, are you still lurking? Okay. Well, Chef, I'm glad you're able to take the time to recover. You know what? 3 moving targets plus projectiles is a lot going on, but the crow fight had a wonderful rhythm to it. They just kind of... I don't know if Virals is also lurking, but I remember, especially in Guitar Hero, that some songs would just perfectly match up with the notes and what my body thought it should be. So, like, there'd be some songs... I'd just be able to beast them first time, not miss a note. And that's how that crow battle felt. You know, honestly, it's just sleep deprivation that caused me to lose the first 2 times and warm up. With this, with Godoba, you have to be patient. Like, you don't fight at your rhythm, you fight at his rhythm. And that waiting around kind of leaves me to drift. Virals, yes, I did know it's 20 minutes long. Like, everyone just knows the Champion of Light, Herald of Darkness bit, but it's a whole little mini rock opera. What a time to find it out, Virals, when you're playing it live. Then again, it's just as Alan wrote it. Hang on, give me 2 seconds. Sorry, bear with me. You know what? Nothing that needs sorting right now. Okay. Well, so when you actually play the musical segment in Alan Wake 2, it's reactive, right? Like, the song progresses depending on the parts you're in, but the whole thing... so the whole thing's got, not quite a diegetic, but, like, there's filler bits where the music will just kind of bimble until you progress, but the actual song, as it's constructed and played start to finish, is 20 minutes. And the jazz breakdown at the end to kind of ease you out of, like, the rock opera awesomeness. Okay. Now it's time to do this like we mean it. I know. See what I mean? It's not difficult. You just have to play at his pace, not yours. We missed all... Oh! It's the Crawfather, Lord and Justice of Parlium's Craws, delivers death to condemned bugs with a steel-plated beak. Did he recognise the part I played in the land's void-strung state? If so, perhaps his judgment was not unfair. To these bugs, I have brought much destruction. Yes, it doesn't help that he's hitting like a fucking super truck. You know, like a monstrous behemoth. But, I don't know. with him, with this guy, I refuse to use like cheap tricks. Because like he was surviving against Farloom's like strongest when it was just him and his mount. He's no joke. He's like, okay, he's funny, but he can fight. Zote he ain't. Fucking hell. Shit. Fuck. Yes. Well, and the other thing is, no, he did not take a break and rest, but he also, much like Hornet, he sees his duty and he's very serious about it. It's one of the things that Onion does so well in Dark Souls is he seems to be an unserious character, but you know, he's one of the most stand-up guys because he stands by his word. Nothing I could do on that one. Fuck. Yeah. Sagara says he feels like a midway point between Onion and Don Quixote. Yes, but like when you think about it, he only has Don Quixote's aesthetic, the lance and the mount. He has Onion's. He has the charm, but the unwavering sense of the, you know, the gentleman. Okay, I don't know how that was supposed to go. Fuck, I double guessed myself there. Done. Rest in peace, buddy. Rest in peace. Sir Knight, I'm sorry. This was the only means to free you from the cursed threads. Fret not, little one. Be proud. Oh, you've grown strong. So, let us rest a little. And then, will be away. Just a little rest. Aww. Well, I think, Cigarette, the reason why I don't want to draw the Don Quixote comparisons directly is that he's not delusional. He is stubborn. You know, he's he is stubborn and he is determined to adhere to his own set of principles. But like Don Quixote, his comes from a madness, right? He looks at windmills and sees giants. Did this guy get in over his head? Absolutely. There's an optional boss hidden above the Pinstress's home in the Sands area. Should I go up through the Sands of Karak, or should I go down through the Blasted Steps? Actually, we'll go down through Blasted Steps. We could also get the heart while we're here. But yeah. He did it out of love for his home. He did it out of, you know, a duty that he felt compelled to do, but not from madness. And the bug stays with him. He's aware of everything he's doing, right? Let's meet back home. Thank you. Old bug, old friend. So strong and so kind. Brave until the end. Oh, I was doing fine until there. Man, I am just a bundle of feelings today. I love Onion's arc in Dark Souls because he's a klutz. And he's a bit of a dingus, but he is dedicated to his goals, and you have to help him. I shouldn't say stupid. Onion is not the brightest spark, and he is very geographically challenged. But with your help, he ultimately, you know, adheres to his goal, and of everybody in the world of Dark Souls, he does not succumb to the hollowing and what have you. Yes, Ark of the Conclave, he was always going to be a hero until he wasn't. You know, he should have stayed and, you know, hid. But he sallied forth to help and save others, and eventually the threads got him. So Chef, I think we'll be 100%ing this, or at least as much as we can. Like, I'm not doing the full achievements run. Fuck off am I doing an Iron Soul run. I said with love and respect. But it's also through the song as well, like, you know, his mount knew what was up. His mount knew what the diddly-o was. Yeah, Iron Soul is permadeath. And I'm already a very... I don't need any more of that. Some people say Steel Soul isn't that bad. You can just save and quit before you die. Yep. And caffeine, is there such a thing? I've actually had to start selling the guns I'm not using in Arena, lest I end up with a horde. You know, Tarkov basically trained me the bad way to hoard guns. But Little Fire's been playing a lot and kicking a lot of ass in the process, so it's been fun to watch. I've definitely got the itch to play myself, but I'm fucking exhausted, friends. Like, I'll level with you. I woke up at, as in I got out of bed at 1:45 today. The current schedules are killing me. Okay, so this was the pinstress that we went up the tower to fight, right? Okay, so Chaunrus, you were saying it's up from here? It's above her home to the next region, alright.
Oh, very fancy.
Though, Caffeine, if we do get the chance to play again, unfortunately, I will repeatedly do the but Scarl that kills people for the Scar L. Little Fire is a big fan of Scar. And I'm a big fan of terrible fucking jokes, so... As is the way. And you're right, you're right. Just Scotty's saying the Scar is usually a good gun, whatever game it is. It is, and honestly, it's fine, you know. So it's a straight shot. Okay, so there's a super... So we're looking for a super jump. So I tell you what, Chaunrus, I'll get to each section where I can just stop with this, because I remember this whole segment. That way, as the stream catches up, then you can kind of direct. And I really appreciate that, by the way. Yeah, so Caffeine, I don't know where you are, like, early on in the game, but later on, like, getting money and guns isn't hard. And I really like that. I've been shitting on it, but I'm going to try the quick double tap AK, even though it's ugly as. Caffeine, that's what you get for sending her to, you know, kiddie boarding school. She came back with bad habits. You know? Be lucky she didn't take up smoking. Oh. I don't know why I started going up that way. Even I remember that's not how you get up there. Sorry, I fucked that one up. Okay, and that's the way back. So we got another memory locket, but after that stint in the kennel, spell turned to catnip and half and half. Super jump here. Okay. Fucking wee! You're a legend, thank you. Oh, damn. That is not a statue. And there isn't, yeah, no, there's no area to... Okay. Alright. We can do this. The Watcher at the Edge. Oh. Oh. Okay. That was a long journey. That was a long journey for a fight. I want to call heckin' bullshit. Okay. But that's fine. Hope like being repeatedly fucking poisoned. You bastard. You can super jump to shorten this bit. Okay. So that would be... That wasn't very Garamart of me, I know. Okay. Ah. Ah, chef, we've done worse. Almost, almost. Ah, poo. Worth a shot, you know. Oh, fuck you, mate. Rest in peace. I mean, Shauna, who are we if not the real sickos, right? Fuck you. Denied. Little boy, you're going to here. Yeah, he's awake now. Is his sword just a jawbone from Monster Hunter? Whatever it is it is the bone of a much, much larger creature, that's for sure. And honestly, the run back's not bad, it's just lengthy. You know, at a point in the game where the bosses cannot take anything from you, right? Like, if you're at this point, you're not hunting for rosaries or... I'll fucking end you and your whole lineage. Oh, you seek in on that one, don't you? Oh, fuck you. This is payback from when I used to play as Mitsurugi, and I would just use that uppercut move to, like, annihilate people. There's no expiration date on karma. I think we did most of the optional stuff when we played through Hollow Knight the first time. I know we didn't do Nightmare King Grim and stuff like that.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
No expiration date, but we have been trying to reach you about your karma's extended warranty.
The amount of you who are funnier than me is mildly upsetting. Moose, thank you. Not just for keeping a sub going all this time, but for everything that you do, friend. Like, seriously. You know, you, Caffeine, Nova, and Tal, you all put in the hours. Oh. Hold that thought. an asshole. Wait a second. This guy's a total dick. Well, he also doesn't like leaving anything that even resembles a fucking... Ha! That counted as my kill, so got them in the compendium. Sorry, I realised I was thinking about streaming Days of Yore, Nightmare Grim, a person I used to roll with, who I do not keep the company of, who put themselves in a hospital after defeating King Grim, Nightmare King Grim. There we go. Okay. Honestly, the counter might be the way to go with this guy, but sparing use of bullshit homing moves. Yeah, being able to push him into the worms, I think that should kill him, but that's just me. Okay. Oh, thank you, legend. But who needs luck when you've got the long shift, right? Okay, well, legend, have a lovely rest of your evening. Oh, are you fucking shitting me sideways? Okay. Honestly, just keeping the poison shit damage going and... Okay, well look, Chef, I hope you feel better. Hopefully it's just a bad cold. And otherwise, you know we'll be here to keep you company. So yeah, rest up, heal well, and to be continued. And friends, if you like horror games and you have not yet had the chance to play the Pardon Artifacts, you really should, because it's very good. Oh, you... No, we're okay. Fuck's sake. Okay. Alright. I'm sorry, friends. Here's me going so quiet with this. I hope you're all doing splendid. Or, I mean, as well as any of us can be right now. I guess the only downside, friends, is I don't really have any, like, stories or adventures to tell. Little Fire's streams last night was... I forget what the first one was, but... it was one of those Exit 8 style games that the devs had definitely turned on every feature that UE5 had. I actually had to step away from the stream because the choppiness and the weird, like, visual effects were making me queasy. And I've got a pretty good stomach when it comes to, like, visual-based nonsense. When I was a youngling, I basically powered through motion sickness so I could keep playing Sonic Adventure. Fuck. Fuck! That was stupid. Those were stupid mistakes. Sorry, friends. I don't actually mind this boss too much. He's very basic, but he's basic and violently powerful. Never get tired of watching that guy get squished, though. Yeah, so I forget the name of it, but it was just one of those ones where they turned on all of the fancy visual effects in Unreal Engine 5 and Lumen and all of that, and it chugged like there was no tomorrow. But the other one, are any of you unfamiliar with the I'm on Observation Duty series? A post Five Nights at Freddy's series of games where they're basically like a horror-themed Spot the Difference. You know, you are watching on a security camera to see if something has changed or moved or what have you. You know, some anomalies are obvious, like, you know, people invading the space or creatures. Others less so. You're fucked. Like, sometimes a book might have changed its cover, or, you know, a chair might be turned around or something like that. We played the 8th one, that's how many they've made, which was genuinely brilliant. Like, I might actually start recommending that to people as a jumping off point. Because it's good. Oh, it's very good. And then there was a lot of Arena, which I haven't been able to play as much as I would like, but I kind of... Fuck you, mate. Fuck you! Fucking piece of shit garbage monster. Today on Twitch.television, a man fights several bosses in Silksong and his own inner demons as he attempts not to spiral completely out of control. It is very difficult. It is very difficult. And yeah, Scotty, they absolutely do. And hey, like, I like that game engines are adding cool features and like super over-the-top nonsense, because eventually, you know, things will catch up and we'll be able to use those more frequently. You know, hell, there was a time when just having any form of 3D in your game was, you know, wait, you're telling me I need a dedicated graphics card to play this? You know? Oh, I didn't recharge my little flies. You know. This is the guy to absolutely bring the bastardry on. So yeah, gonna swap out the needles for the counter. Cross stitch. Long nail and speed binding is fine. I'm just wondering if there's a more bastardy move. I mean, the plasma file, like, oh cool, we get a couple of extra heals, but... like, the poison doesn't seem to be turning the tide, like it usually does. He's not going to stand around long enough to get hit by... Yeah, I guess so, Scotty. It's more like young dev teams... young dev teams don't really understand, like, how important it is to aim for the low spec, not the high spec, right? And that was the problem with the game that we found last night. It was creative, it was interesting. I hope that team keeps making more stuff, but by the 9, you know, this machine is a behemoth. Yes. Right now, if you are making a game, it needs to run on the Steam Deck. That is your min spec. Well, no, so CMC, if I'm jumping near them, it means I'm about to get my fucking knees broken because of that uppercut, downercut. And yeah, no, if your game is Steam Deck compatible, then that is a big, big selling point. Yes, and like it has been commented that, especially with Monster Hunter Wilds, has not done as well as Capcom expected, and I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that the minimum spec for Wilds is ridiculous. Users just don't have that. And yes, Verdant, but I mean also there's so many teams who could stand to do some serious optimization when it comes to okay, Hornet, what the fuck was that? Okay, thank you. Yeah, there's so many teams that could stand to do some serious, like, you know, pack file adjustments. You know, having a Steam Deck as a min spec it's great because it is standardized hardware. If it runs good on the Steam Deck, it'll run on anything. And it's a very clear thing if you can just tell users like, hey, if it's not running on your PC, it runs great on Steam Deck. It's kind of a great counter to the runs on my PC theory of chaos. Because if they say, oh, your game is poorly optimized, you know, I can run Crysis on my PC, and you're like, well, it runs on the Steam Deck, so you're doing something wrong. Maybe that shouldn't be the reason why, but... Well, Sojournerus, I'm not saying that it doesn't make sense. The minimum spec for Monster Hunter Wilds is the PS5, but the PS5 didn't sell as good, or people aren't buying games as fast on it as on other spaces. Like, Capcom are the ones who have said that Monster Hunter Wilds didn't sell as good as they wanted it to. And their other franchises are doing great. Oh, fuck me. Okay. I'm fucking good. I'm calm. I am calm. I am calm. I had that fight on lock. Lyoshi, he can, but then he can also fucking corner break me like it's fucking Smash Bros. I forget the term. No, and Jonas and everybody, like, you're all making excellent points. Like, that is the thing that's very difficult, is that at a corporate level there is a complete misunderstanding of, like, how things have changed, right? You know, I understand it's key to their business strategy, but we don't need a new PlayStation now, you know, at the same frequency as we used to. You know, we're actually, you know, we're getting to the point soon where we're not really, or we shouldn't really need too much more in the way of hardware. And Steam is very, very powerful in the regard because every time you get a new rig, you keep all your games, but you know, the PS4 to the PS5, there's a lot of things you had to rebuy. PS3 to the PS4, same thing. You know? You. Friends, would you mind just giving me a couple minutes? I'm not. It's not this boss. I'm letting everything else get on top of me. The boss is very, very simple. He's quick, but like he's simple. I'm the problem right now. I just need to go throw some water on my face. All right. I might get a bicky. Yeah. I don't know. We've only been going for 3 hours. And apologies for how many breaks I'm taking. I'm not doing well, but I'm here, and I'm still going. That's the thing, genres. It's not the fight, right? The fight's fine. It's just like with the last one with Godama. You know, it's me. And yeah, but Raven, there's like when people say like, you know, you've got to take care of yourself first. I've also got to do my bloody job, which is to be here for you lot. And if I don't do my bloody job, then I don't get to eat. And I'll tell you, I'm quite good at eating. I quite like eating, in fact. You know, paying rent. Wish I didn't have to do it, but I do it. Sorry. So yeah, I apologize. I'm letting everything get on top of me right now. I was going to throw some water in my face, have a wee. I wake up in the morning, have my first pint of beer, have a big wee, and then I get out of bed. Yeah. Well, I will say, it's not like I feel like I have to be entertaining. You know, this is just me. It's more just like, with these boss fights, I'm not present in the fight, and I'm not present with you lot. You know what I mean? Sorry, Dustin, I missed that earlier, but I do like that. Min-spec Steam Deck should be the whose house, our house style chant. Oh. And hey, maybe this is a guy we come back to. Like, maybe I should try doing one of like the hearts or something. Maybe this can be one of our grand duels before the finale. I feel good beating the claws, and as sad as it was for our, you know, beloved Garama, that was a good fight. And I am enjoying it, right?
You know, there are times when a game tricks us and sweeps the leg out from under our feet, and that rage and that infuriation that we feel can be the fuel to a great victory. You know what I mean? That can be the thing that propels us forward. I'm just letting other stuff get in me noggin, which is what's throwing me off. And thankfully, I'm cognizant enough to know it's happening. So yeah, I'm gonna go throw water on my face. So friends, when I get back, we'll talk about best biscuits and Steam Deck clones and all sorts, and marvel at the fact that we are pushing the 100-hour mark on a $20 game, and I want more. When a game is so good like this, that honestly, I want more. I'm happy for us to do all these side bosses and take our time, and I don't want it to end, you know? Anyway, I'll be back with you all in just a second. Seriously, thank you all for being really patient with me today. I know.
Sneak supportive sneak. Sneak. Numpty thinks he has to stream to eat. He can just go live and take a nap.
Oh, you little terrors. It wasn't... Oh, fucking... I can't screech with the volume that I would like to. Simple Chaos, thank you. J-Post as well, Quasi. Simple Chaos, that is a lot of money. J-Post, Quasi as well, like... Thank you. And friends, I don't... Streaming is not a millstone around my neck. It is not a thing upon which I feel I must dash myself. It isn't my... What's the term? It isn't my, you know, martyr's cross or anything like that. I fucking love doing this. I fucking love doing this. Thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry I got the fucking poor me's about me today.
This message is brought to you by the Pug Store. Come down to buy our new Cerberus breeds. 3 heads are better than 1.
Thank you. True, genre is true, but you know, just like with the snare way and stuff like that, you lot don't make me feel like I have to do these things. I do them. But Akari, thank you. And I appreciate you all understanding. I'm going to try this guy one more time, and if my tempers are still flaring while I'm battling him, then we're just going to move on to one of the hearts, or we'll... I don't know. We can work on tracking down some of the strange, twisted knots of bastards. Just... Friends, just thank you. Like I said, I'm sorry I've got the poor me's about me today. Thank you. Now, I'm sure the Watcher on the Edge is gonna bust out some like second form super horseshit moves once we get him down twice, but as of right now, he's not actually that bad. You know what I mean? His moves are fast and they hit hard, but he's not doing anything complicated or weird. Done. See? Done and fucking done.
come on down to the Fug store for all your fig needs. Yes, we know there's a typo in the sign, we're stuck with it, the management will kick us out if we change it.
The simple chaos, thank you. And do you want to, yeah, I just had to get out of my own way. That's all I had to do. Piece of cake, cup of tea, fish and chips. Get out of your own way. Also, puppies. Guess who had completely forgotten he now has quick travel. Thank you, thank you. Now, did I want to yell and scream and exclaim victoire at the top of my lungs? Yes, I did. But that will have to wait for another time. It wasn't just you lot throwing stuff in, although again, everything people chuck in is how I get to keep doing this, so I'm very grateful. But I went in the bathroom, I washed my face, and, you know, just reminded myself that I'm extremely lucky to do this on the daily, and it's so fucking wonderful. I get to share it with all of you lot, so, yeah. So, Moose, I love the idea of us trying to analyze Hornet as a character through her moveset. She's a hunter. Oh, tool check. Do you have a tool called Volt Filament? I can check that while we're... I got Volt Vessel. I do not have the Volt Filament. And I'm missing... So I'm missing one blue doodad, and I'm missing one yellow doodad. To X Digital, Watto, and welcome. Hornet is incredibly powerful, and honestly, like, she's incredibly headstrong as well. Playing as Hornet, you want to just attack. You have so many tools in your arsenal that if you was just against like an unarmed dummy, you could just do unending combos. But that's not how you fight. Often, you have to fight against her nature to just fucking destroy. There's a room that enters the sands from next to the bellway. There's another secret boss on top of that room. You said Sands of Karak from the Bellway. Okay. And to X Digital, Moose was just asking a really interesting question, which is what can we infer of Hornet as a character from how she fights, from the moves that we get? I think all of her movesets have that same kind of like, you want to be on the attack. And sometimes with bosses, the hard ones are the ones where you can't just attack outright, just rush the bosses down. That's how it feels like she wants to. Okay, so that pillar room that's half in sands and half in steps, yeah, is the secret boss I was talking about. The central pillar? Oh, the grand, towards the Grand Gate. Okay. Yes, and some of the other crests are even faster and even more aggressive. She's very powerful, and I think what's interesting at the beginning of the game is that rather than it feeling like, you know, Samus who just fell over and lost her stuff, Hornet really is struggling against the fact that she wants to be able to kick the fuck out of everybody. You know, early on in this, she's almost offended when she keeps being called Little Bug, which is understandable. I mean, she's basically about a squillion years old. Part weaver, part, what is it? God. Yes, and child. So yeah, with a lot of these fights where I'm doing poorly, again, I feel... Oh, sorry. I feel like it's because Hornet wants to go batshit. She wants to tear into these guys. That's where her moveset shines. But you have to exercise restraint. Because, you know, power without restraint is madness. Yeah, I'm struggling more against the reactive parts of the fight. Sorry, Chonris. Okay, the room is one doorway transition to the left. Okay, so is it up and down here? But I think the secret door is in the roof. Thank you. Oh, because now we have the... Sorry, room's a little too small for what I was trying to do there. Fuck, it's tricky. Because that's the thing. Ooh. Hornet is more than the sum of her moves, right? Because, like, Bug Knight was... Oh. The Bug Knight is the example of unrestrained growth. The Bug Knight at the beginning of Hollow Knight is just a little guy. But by the end of Hollow Knight, he is a literal god killer. You know, the scary thing about him, as a creature, is that he just gets strong. Fucking excuse you. Is that he just gets stronger. Oh, this is some Earthworm Jim tier shit. I'm just giving it a second so that Shauners can say stuff like, whatever you do, don't push that. Check it? Okay, cool. A hardened outcrop of Voldrian. Oh, part of the materials list, okay. Hey, did I go the wrong way? Did I zig when I should have zagged? Okay, I looped around. Ah, okay. Fuck. timing on this is so hard. No way! First time every time, first time every time, first time every time. Void filament! Charged from the organ of defeated void verm, vault verm, can be coiled around thread, imbuing silk skills with electric charge. Let's go! Okay, can I just take the puppies out of here? Deuces. And now we cast with lightning. Got some gambit tissue right there. Scotty says, I have only one thing left to collect. True. Does anyone know what I'm missing from the yellow? Because we can go do that. Like, gives me a nice little break between battles, and then yeah, got a few hours before I got to start shifting over to cooking mode, so we can grab one of the souls and what have you. You know what? It has. It has. No, Fred, entirely fine. But good to see you, mate. You got to get playing this soon because it is that good. Okay. Don't you get grumpy with me. Not you, Fred, obviously, the brig. Okay. Barbed bracelet. Yes. Fred's like, Silksong. I don't know, how good can it be if it's popular on the Longship? Have you heard of this game called Project Silverfish? Yes. I want to say where that little bench is right there. Also, I've seen your Nan's exhaust organ. Someone had to say it. Sorry. Anyway, so we're going to Greymore, and then you can direct me from there, right? I do like Greymore. Actually, whilst we're chilling and illing friends, I did have a Longship question. How are you all finding Sons of the Forest? I've been really enjoying it, but I've also been playing it at really odd, random times. And I was curious if you lot are enjoying watching it as much as I am playing it. Okay, so we're heading up towards Sinner's Road. And then... God, yeah, so we have to go up, across, and then down. Like, so Chaunerus, it's here where this little bench is, right? That was where the weird, creepy chef bloke was. Because that's the two mateys. No? Is it here, then? Because this is with the two blokes who are just snacking and having a good time. Hey! Restless Roots, you absolutely lovely Mother Hubbard. How are you doing? Oh, down here? Oh, okay. How was your stream? What were you up to? Tell me your tales. And once again, friends, I do want to say, like, please give Restless Roots a follow, because out of everybody, they have been the consistent, like, almost daily raider of the long ship. And look, you know, whether it's 2 people or 200, it's still a big compliment, you know? I was saying to Little Fire, it's like, you know, I'm pretty pragmatic when it comes to streaming and stuff. I don't, you know, I'm not an ego monster. But in the same breath, sometimes, you know, it's nice when people think my stuff is good. Makes me smile. Yeah, that's in this road. Headliners run until a disconnection and a team wipe. Ah, I'm sorry. Ooh. Someone's fried onion. And not in the making my eyes water sense, in the... Ooh. Ooh. Okay, so let me go hit the bench first. Because considering we just had a first time every time fight... Did you cast off your ego monster as part of a monkey's paw wish and created La Chupacabra? I don't know, what would the British equivalent of a Chupacabra be? Chupaco thingy? Okay, so it's... Charles was saying you're looking at the only region at the same y-axis. Y-axis. Never eat. Yeah. Ah, okay, I see what you mean. It's this bit here. That's what we're going for. Oh, yeah, goat sucking Brian. But not in the way you think. Oh, fuck up. I am not dealing with void-touched roaches. Alright, I guess I am. Fuck. But yeah, so Restless Roots, yeah, I hope you had a really good time, friends. And this is why we sit at the bench. And when we say we're not going to deal with void roaches, we don't deal with void roaches. Okay, so it's down here. Ah, there we go. Arsenal, acquired all tools. Okay, increases damage taken, but also increases damage dealt by the needle. Now, if I was actually good at this game, this would be a huge moment for me. And before you're asking, yes, I did just kill that guy out of spite. See what I mean about how, like, Hornet's fluid movement, you just want to keep attacking. It's fun. You know, the Bug Knight was cool, but he was... I don't know. I don't want to say slow or methodical. The Bug Knight style of fighting was very... I hit you now. So double incoming damage and like plus 1.5 to outgoing. Yes, his fighting style is very deliberate. It's kind of like Bloodborne has this wonderful moment when everybody realizes that you don't be protective in Bloodborne. Be aggressive, attack. That is how you live and that is how you survive. And then once people get comfortable with that, they kind of have to learn restraint, for a lack of a better term. You know? Yes, in Bloodborne you can do nothing but attack. But the real boss fights are knowing when. And, like, okay, Vern, joking aside, the thing that I think about is how we're always talking about how, you know, prototype your games. Take the time. Make them feel fucking good. They already made Hollow Knight, so they could already make a new character to run around and be part of that world. And that's probably the point where they realized that, oh shit, Hornet's kind of fucking fun to play as. Like, we need to make her... She's got to be her own game. And I really respect that choice. Now, because they were independently owned and they could use all the Hollow Knight money to just keep making Hollow Knight, they did. Okay, so we have all of the stuff and thingies. Again, Journalist, thank you for guiding me there. Now, the Void Masses, are they always in the same place? Or are they just... Do we just have to find them randomly through the world? Because I'll run around and murder them. You know, whatever it is we need to find here. So, going to be an interesting little challenge, but... They're spread throughout the world. Okay. Might as well buy some rosaries while we're here. Also, another secret boss next to Craw Lake Building. Craw Lake Building. Oh, it was in this bit. Yeah, Craw Lake. Yeah, let's go over. We'll go over trundle about. Once we get back to once we get back to Bellholm, we're gonna have so many little mementos to hang up. It's gonna be great. Okay, so you were saying next to... Is it to the right of Crow Lake or Craw Lake? Home sweet Bellholm. Calling someone a massive bellhome does feel like an insult, I'm just going to say. Maybe that's the British thing of, like, if you add absolute, massive, or descriptor before something, it turns it into an insult. You obtuse bellhome. You absolutely unmeasured bellhome. He's the firewall of the region. Roger, roger. You huge descriptor. You massive outhouse. This has got to be the spot. Ah, here. Oh no. Oh no. Warrior, I heard your approach. Why do you come? Surely you've no desire to see these long collapsed caves. The way was open, sir. I merely followed the path through. Am I correct in guessing you were once a resident of these borderlands? Aye, and glorious they were in their time. Farloom's end approaches, but my caves, these caves, fell to a fate long before. Of that fair land I am the last, now to remain until the end, to remember the splendor that was. No more talk, warrior. Permit me this final moment of memoriam. As you wish, sir. I shall not disturb you longer. Interesting. I feel like I've done a dream walk, you know? The myth we made, by grace by blade. All bowed before we Princess Green. All bowed before we Princess Green. Eight more. Yes, now all we need is the red prints and the blueprints. We can mix the whole thing together to make whatever we want. God, I'm so... How anyone could ever say with a straight face that we are not in a
an absolute golden age of video games right now is beyond me. Sorry, I'm just thinking, like, today we're playing this, right? And, okay, tomorrow we're doing our game club play, so we're doing Anodyne 2, which will be very good. But, like, so the other games we're playing this week? Silksong and Blueprints. Like, holy crap. Actually, I think I was supposed to check that statue first. Oh. Yeah. But that's the thing, like, Dustin, it's not like we're currently living in a golden age of platformers or a golden age of shooters. Okay, I get it, I get it. These mantis are far more graceful than the ones we encountered, but no less proud. Whew, these little guys are fast. Is there a bench in here? Am I in trouble? Fucking mimic leaf? Fucking mimic leaf. So yeah, sorry, I got lost in the beauty of this area, but, you know, we really are just spoiled for incredible games. And I can't believe how wrong I was about, you know, the great video game drought and how it was going to hit. I mean, it's probably coming, right? But...
Yeah, and CMC, I can see the larger things will probably falter. You know, the world of the AAA video game as we knew it is pretty much toast. But we're going to be unpacking the sheer number of incredible games from this year for ages to come. Like, think about it. I stream 5 days a week and also play video games of my own volition. And I can't play every great game that is dropping right now. There we go. Oh, why didn't I just... yeah. And I was hoping... yeah. Okay. Okay. Oh no, I'll have a little explore outside the dream. Yeah, fucked. Those guys are the worst. But no, that's just... like, we've been saying for years that the AAA style of making games was always going to falter, right? You can't bet the farm every time on larger and larger games and then assume they'll always do better and better. You know, I'm trying not to pick on High Guard today because it's not something that makes me happy, it's something that makes me sad. You know? High Guard should have been released rough and ready with weird art and strange ideas. And it wasn't. You know, it was released expensively in a crowded space with very little to call its own. You know, it's that thing of like, you can almost hear the money men and how they thought that this we'll just do Apex Legends again. And all the creative people on there, I don't know. Now, do we just have to stand near him to end up in the dream, or do I have to belt out a tune?
Shaku.
Yanara.
There we go. Shaman's Melody. Thank you. It does sound like he's singing Jacques, which makes me laugh. Because I don't know how much High Guard cost to make. But it was not cheap. I assure you, Vershi, the cost you will have paid for my mother is far greater than finance. Oh, there is a little bench. Oh. No, the bench is only in the outside. Okay. Yeah. No, sorry, just Chornus was saying they forgot how powerful the lightning effects are in regions of water. Absolutely. But that's only, I only know that because you lot got me to do that. And boy howdy was it fun. Like, there's a peaceful sereneness to this area that even though these mantis are not easy to fight. I don't know, they feel... There's a weird joyousness about this, which I'm not quite sure I understand. It does feel very Queen's Garden, and the warriors who stand proud here. Oh, it's really nice. Yeah. Oh, and Scotty, like, this is... I'm kind of rehashing what we talked about, because we talked about it a lot earlier on today, and I compared High Guard to Marathon. Which I don't think is unfair. You know, both are coming from established companies, both have challenges. You know, neither one is having an easy time of it. And, look, it's a really wanky term. But there's this term in marketing which is like, you're not You're not selling a product, you're telling a story. And like, I know how terrible that sounds, right? Because that's usually wanky marketing folks from outside of games trying to sell you something shitey. But the thing that I internalized was, if you think about how you sell your game as part of the game, as part of the marketing is part of the experience. I don't know, once you start thinking about it like that, you realize there's so much you have to tell. It does sound close to Snake Oil, but, you know, when I showed people the High Guard trailer, it doesn't say anything. You know, it feels like a compilation video from an old game trailers era. But I showed people the same kind of asset that's coming out, Marathon. And hey, I'm not saying Marathon's going to be a great and perfect game with no downsides. But I am saying that it's not going to be boring, that is for sure. That all its interesting stuff is in service of something. Even the default Meet the Character Class trailer was just dripping with the world it was trying to put forward. And then we had a look at For Honor. And, you know, even though that is, you know, what if we mash together every historical group? Oh, sorry, I'm being stupid. Yeah, Armored Boys Fight Club, but interesting. Here the trail of the stag touched pale. We hunted her and felled her, as none before were able. Proof it became of our majesty, our mark of our divine right. That seems super healthy there, my guy. Hornet being, well, I'm something of a hunter myself. Yeah. And Scotty was saying a lot of people are starting to fall out of love with Arc Raiders, and understandable. Like, that's just the nature of... Like, as you well know, that's just the nature of extraction shooters, like... You know, they will eventually all kind of... You've got to really, really want to keep playing that kind of game. And not everybody does. But for a lot of people, Arc Raiders is their first. It's their PUBG. It's their first novel dance in the space. Okay. You'll let me know, friends, if I'm going too far in one direction. Starting to miss stuff, right? Yeah, please don't assume I know what I'm doing tonight. Yeah, Verdant, those assets do feel like those times when the devs feel the need to list off every feature, but they're not talking about the features as people experience them, as the enjoyment they have, you know? Oh, I'm getting my arse handed to me here. Alright. Oh, this is bad. Okay. Alright. It's alright, we get to explore the other pieces. That's fine. Extraction shooter, more like detraction shooter, am I right? But like ultimately with extraction shooters, the problem is that like there isn't really a goal. I know in Escape from Tarkov you can in fact escape from Tarkov, but the goal is, yeah, be sexier with cooler guns. And that's fine. But again, it's like loads of people picked up Quake 3 Arena, for example. Not everybody was actually into the idea of those kinds of, you know, deathmatch first-person shooters, but it was novel, you know. You know, by the time Unreal Tournament started dropping, people knew what they wanted. Yeah, exactly, Scotty. Sorry, Scotty was just saying that Quake Arena was the start of a genre. Even though that genre did exist elsewhere, Quake 3 did not invent multiplayer. But it was one of the first times a commercial product turned around and said, what if we just did multiplayer? These waters at Land's Edge, the shrine atop, our furtive escape, our brief retreat from rule. So many moments spent simple, joyful, and free. Aww. And EXO, what unwelcome. Yes. Well, Scotty, and also Unreal Tournament gave you a reason why you were playing this, like, you know, it gave a story conceit. Quake 3 Arena just is. You know, why are you an eyeball with a chain gun? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You know, Quake... That's why Quake 4 was so, like, holy shit. Because Quake 4 was swinging for the fences. You know, the scene where the body horror scene, you're getting changed into the Stroggoth is not for the faint of heart. Ow, piss. Okay, I should be allowed to electrocute him even if he's not, but okay. Yeah, Lyoshi, someone said it in YouTube comments about how good the soundtrack is for this, and it's truly phenomenal. Our capital built grand, the seat of our sovereignty, slipped from my mind. Why does it fade? Why can I not recall that sacred place? Oh, he needs me to run around and get him more memory stuff, doesn't he? Okay. Don't worry, buddy, I got you. Sorry, just EXO was saying, Quake 3 was the game that made them realise that bobbing was a thing.
I'm still trying to kill that guy. Yes, Ark of the Conclave. I've now got... I managed to do it first time as well. The Void Filament. So all my Silk abilities now have a lightning touch. Yeah, DJ Cool, I'll do it for the journal entry, but first, time to earn my keep. You know, if you lot are going to throw cash at me, I'm going to actually play this like I know what I'm doing. Shit. Thanks, little robots. Hanging out with my best friends. They're two mechanical flies and they break a bunch of people's knees. Oh, it's just opening up a shortcut. Alright, 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 okay. Come by. Alright, I'm not gonna lie, that felt a little bad. So Scotty, the place to sit down is outside of the dream. Well, I also like how this is a different tribe of mantis. You know, they have different customs, different beliefs. Do it. That's what I was trying to do. Yeah, EXO, this thoroughly reminds me of the City of Tears. And that's why it's just this beautiful, much like the City of Tears, it's beautiful, but it's mournful. This isn't the Mantis Village. This Mantis Village is long dead. This is but a beautiful memory of its last remaining sovereign. You know, the Mantis Village in Hollow Knight, they're very proud. You know, they live in their tribal area, and they are extremely violent. But they have a warrior's pride about their tribe. You know, the fact that the Mantis Lords bow to you before they start. It's a small detail, but it's so pronounced. But this isn't that. This is but a memory of a beautiful place that was. He says getting his ass kicked by a deer. In a strange way, I find the fact that they treat the little bug knight the way that they do to be actually one of their most endearing things, because everybody else is either too stupid to know what he is or afraid of him. But the Mantis Lords, They don't care one way or t'other. And yes, virtually, a deer could destroy, could fucking destroy most people. They are not to be trifled with. Fuck. 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 This one's hard. I got bullied by a deer once. Happens to the best of us. I'm going to go hit the bench just so that we get the reminder. The plus side is, though, because it's a dream, we don't end up losing our space. Sorry, I almost said our weave. No, so Scotty, we get, well, West Coast, we get coyotes. I'm virtually saying that most of the wolf population in the US is in the mountain states in the Midwest. Okay. Oh, sorry, virtually, I missed that. Virtually was trying to explain why nobody out there wants their dog to approach a deer, and she was like, but why? May those people stay happy and carefree. Actually. It feels messed up to use poison to try and take out a spirit stag. It's a little Fred. I'll do my best. But thank you for stopping in. But yeah. Do you know, it's kind of weird, the whole, like, tech bros poison everything, because, like, the goal of video games has always been to make more video games, right? Like, it turns out people actually do like making games. Shocking, I know. Where are we going? I keep getting myself spun round. Yeah, EXO, how feckin' good is it? It's an incredible deck builder and an incredible escape room. And then suddenly it's like, hey, you know how you thought there was only this much game? Surprise.
You little bastard. Oh, I actually don't think I've been here. Huh. Well, yeah, and Exile, that's kind of how it's supposed to be, right? Like, sorry, let me finish that thought. It's like, Silksong took far longer than expected, and you know what? The team probably could have put it out a lot sooner than they did, but they didn't, because the goal of making video games is to make video games. We keep encountering so many of these titles where the goal it's not just to make some money, but all money. And I keep thinking about, like, you know, the tech sphere and how the goal of tech is to make things, to make our lives better, make things that we want. You know? You hear Chuds kind of nattering on about how, like, you know, this will be the next iPhone, and it's like, no, it won't. Because if it was, you would need to tell me. You'd be making something that would make my life a little better. You know? Someone was asking me the other day, like, why the Steam Deck feels so good. And, like, it's the same reason the Switch does, because it's something that actually makes things better. You know? It's not just a method to sell you more. And sure, the Steam Deck is a piece of tech that allows you to buy a lot more Steam games. Ultimately, it does result in making more cash. But you know what? As a piece of physical hardware, it has been a boon. And I'm so glad I got it. Like, and that was a gift from Fearless. You know, never going to be able to say enough thank yous for that. Wait. Clever bastard. Shit. There we go. Take that, you obnoxiously honking memory. Now I'm going to try not to just die to something very, very obvious. See, my little guys keep me alive. I mean, Scotty, true. Other people trying to move into that same space is fine, but it's more the case of, like, you know, right now we have to fight on every platform because you know, a technology that nobody wants, that everyone has put speculative investment into. They are desperate for us to have for us to care about. And we don't. You know? With games that become nothing more than a business platform delivery model. You can't ask us to care about that. You know, the things currently being pitched to us are not there to make our lives better or there to bring any semblance of happiness or convenience. It's just a bunch of tech bros desperate for a new platform with which to unleash cash. Okay. Have I done it? Have we explored? So yeah, it's wild to me that when we see clear examples on here's how make game make money. Oh, I missed a bit that's open on the map. Oh, okay. Thank you. Now I'm just gonna not die to something silly again. I don't know, I'm not saying anything revolutionary and I'm not telling you anything you don't already know. It's just... you know, we told them the AAA thing wasn't gonna work forever. There we go. Without more health, I don't think I can get around that just yet. So time to go bully some bugs. Okay, let's give that a try. But anyway, friends, the point I was making more with the Steam Deck is that it is a piece of kit that, if you can afford it, makes things not fucking terrible. Oh, hello. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna stop fucking with that. When three fronts weep, our sacred shrine shall rise. Man, I feel kind of bad. Like, that thing wasn't really messing with me, but I needed it for the hunter's journal. How you doing? Sleepy. How's that for a slice of fried gold? Anyway, it's just... I don't know. At some point, the desperation to create the next big thing completely circumvented the creative part of creating. You know, you cannot make the next big thing in a lab when what you're selling is escapism, art, you know. You're selling people hope. You're selling people a break from it all. You're selling people a beautiful place that will never be and could never have been. You can't just sit in a lab and try and construct that. So, I'm curious, what did I just unlock there? When 3 fonts weep, our sacred shrines shall rise. So that means there's 2 more shrines to find somewhere. Okay, so that's 2. Okay, so there's a 3rd one somewhere. Let's see if we can find it. And Exo, you did the hex, right? Like, sorry to ask a stupid question, it's just brain goo. Okay, cool. As I say, considering you keep a very good digital company, wait, hang on. There we go. I mean, Scotty, I can't comment on music. I do remember lots of people being annoyed at, you know, the rise of EDM and things like that, and attributing it to just, you know, anyone could do this. You just push button and make stuff. But, I don't know, there's a lot of stuff from that era that are genuinely brilliant. Like, one of the things that I find really fascinating is if you go on those little deep dives of, like, lift your voices, know our grace. I don't know, just I know a lot of folks that do music and bleep bloops and the ilk, and there's so much more than what it... Oh, nice! Virtue's going to Paris. Nice. Whereabouts are you going? Just Paris the city, or are you getting to see La France? Paris the city, probably go again, solo see the Louvre or Marseille. Very cool. Kind of like London, though, in that places like the Louvre, it's a tourist mosh pit. The art is beautiful, but be patient and go early if you can. And it is true what everyone says, the Mona Lisa is tiny. Actually, let's check the... Okay. 2 more of the Leaf Gliders. 7 more of the Pendragon. I probably should have done that while I was over there. Done with those ones. 3 more of the Nuplar. Oh! Placid nature of Verandia. Its hide closely mimics the flora of this territory. An impressive act of mimicry to match so closely with its land. Their clover caves must have sustained through generations. And then the Pale Stag, fabled first clover stag of Verdenia's wilds, commands the grass and leaves to aid its attack. Myth made real in memory. The creature seemed completely at one with the flora around it. Did it ever truly exist, as I have seen it? And then these little fucking guys, who all need to get murdered once. Okay. Oh no! XO, that's a good little spot. I like taking people to Waxy O'Connell's, because it's just... Like, especially folks who haven't grown up in places with a lot of old history, because it feels impossible. It feels impossible as a place. But yeah, there it is. And you can buy a pint. It's wildly overpriced as well. Well, that's not really telling of London. Scotty said, when I went to Paris years ago, it was full of guys trying to sell you wallets and necklaces. Yeah, I mean, all major cities have that. Although the weird thing I've been told is that... Oh. Now we've been able to remember everything. So let's have a look in. Hold that thought. This is his home remembered. Oh, I see that. Oh, music has very changed. Every single one of these rooms looks like a boss fight. Well, like, Vershi, if you ever do London, let me know. We kind of, my buddy, not Brett, one of the other Houndstooth bartenders went there, and I was able to, like, direct him a little to some cool spots. You know, 2 children born entwined apart, 2 children marked to rule. They danced and they sang, proved blades beyond, but none forgot their birth. For lovers born on beat, exact, shall be forever cursed. No, but I did meet someone who did exactly the same amount of opium. Okay, well that was rude. Edinburgh's rad. Edinburgh's basically like tiny London. It's cool. I haven't done Glasgow in 1,000 squillion years. I'd love to do Hong Kong. I was in there for like 20 minutes transferring flights once. And I haven't done Reykjavik. I'd love to do Reykjavik. Again, to see this land abandoned, betrayed. and a throne I could not sit alone.
Mio fene?
You were mortal bugs caught beneath a being pale. Devotion or destruction. These are the only fates my kind allow.
That's fine.
Feel guilt at your absence, sir, but know that the end was inexorable. The outcome set, whether you remained or not. Do not seek to console me, warrior. This memory is mine alone. I'll not brook your brutish intrusion. You who dare trespass the sacred chamber, ready yourself to see us and to know us. Verdana's rulers, together in our finest form. Okay. Whew, alright. Oh, I've got to go all the way back to get to that fight. Alright, well. Nothing worth doing is ever easy. Chaunerus, am I ready for the God Home super cool gay battle of the century? I don't know, but I'm gonna try. And honestly, can't say fairer than that. And I am right in saying there's no place to rest in the memory. We have to do this run back. It's fine. Gives me a chance to mop up the last of the... Actually... Yeah, I've never gotten to do China, and honestly, despite all my weebery, I've never got to do a Japan trip either. Alright, one more, okay. But like, you know, I worked for a Japanese company. Why were they going to send my British ass all the way to their hometown? Sorry, Verdant was, yo, if you go to Japan, I highly recommend going to a restaurant. Have you ever considered starting a travel blog with such crazy advice? And DJ Call, I'll have a look. You know what it is? Is that this is very similar to the City of Tears, but it feels the same, and it definitely has to do with how this whole area is just I don't know. Oh. This whole area is a beautiful memory, a lost thing. The City of Tears is immaculate despite everyone in it having already lost their minds, you know. There is one sane person in there and they answer to the god of commerce. You know, as for the beauty of the City of Tears, it is a fucking mess. Sorry, and for the beauty of the City of Tears is an empty, lost thing. You know, you may as well be in a dream, in a memory. Indeed, friend. Oh, fuck. Okay, so you have a new move. Fuck! Didn't mean to do that. Apple! Yeah, the clockwork music is so well done, but this is the memory of it. This is the raw. I don't know. This is the poetry of it. Perhaps not as it was, but as it was remembered. You're in that situation again. I would like to suggest not dying. Virtue, where would I be without your extreme tactical advice? I dare not think. Jacques. I dare not think how lost I would be. Oh. Yeah, I know Sadlin and the House Sadlin got to do Edinburgh last year, year before. And I am jealous because, like, you know, if you plan it right, the Fringe Festival is really good. Okay, they rarely relax and always alert for potential danger, even deep down in their own territory. To defeat them, I must focus. Born with many tools I would once have desired for myself. Unfortunately, I have trained hard around those limits. Yeah, I guess that's the other thing is, like... You know, we were talking about, like... Hornet as a character earlier. You know, she is no joke. She definitely would have gotten on with the Mantis folk. And so here... There's probably a bittersweet to it, you know? Oh, actually, yeah, what was the description? A snapping surprise on first encounter, though one easily avoided once aware. Aww. Simple, graceful. Another fine bug lost forever in these lands. He's just a little guy. Oh, thank you, buddy. You know what? Red Burning Dragon, that's a good point. It's actually one of the things that gets the most haunting when you stop and think about, you know, the people working in, like, Sinner's Road or the, you know, the graves and what have you. Sorry, the prisons and what have you. Like, even the, you know, the working class living underneath Parloom's rule, like, they're not... Like, sure, sometimes when you go near them, they have the touch of the silk commanding them, but ultimately, they are their own bug. You know, through, in a lot of cases, indoctrination. You get your friends, I get mine. Shit. Zing when I should have zagged. Oh fuck, when he does that. Okay, okay, focus. It's not my dance. Oh, come on. I had that one. Truly, Vershi, you are the Sun Tzu of our time. The trick is to damage them more than they damage you. See, and just jumping back to that thing I was talking about earlier is that, like, this is art, right? And it's art because, I mean, okay. It's art because there are two things a person can make, and that is a tool and a creative works, but more the musical themes and how they come together, the cascading mournful beauty of this whole area, you know. Sure, we all joke about good old Zote and his fucking self-image boss battle, but this is no different, just much sadder. You know, the prince left. The reason he let himself, like, sit there and essentially wallow on Sinner's Road is that he didn't come back to save his people. And he's haunted by that. You know, this is his beautiful memory of the place that was, but he can never return to. And in Hornet's fucking blunt, honest way, she's being kind. You know, she says that against the Pale Ones, you have two choices. That is to submit or die. There is nothing you could have done that would have protected your lands. Wizardos, that is a strong claim. Also, it's a weird way of writing Worms Armageddon, which is the best Worms game. Just saying. Okay, that was on me. Fuck. Wizardos, you're fine. That was another one where I let my concentration lapse, and that's why I lost there.
Cadestre.
Vershi, yeah, if you could fill me in on the secrets of my victory here. The best Worms game. You see a worm on the sidewalk, and you put it somewhere people won't walk on. Because in that game, you save a worm. That is the best Worms game. Because they don't know. They're just going where the water is. They don't know they're on a pavement, holding up traffic. See, in this one, again, it's not as concentration heavy as the others, but there is a rhythm to this fight that we know. And so long as we adhere to the rhythm, it's not a difficult fight. It's just interesting to read the creature descriptions of this area. Okay. Because the culture in this area is just as violent as that of the other Mantis Lords. A liquid drum and bass mix of Silksong choral chambers. Fuck yeah. I haven't had a chance to give it a listen, but I know you mentioned there was some cool stuff in Videodrome, but not what I was aiming for there, but alright. Oh, fuck you. You have to dance the dance that is in front of you. There's something here about the difference between the Mantis Lords of this realm. Actually, I just want to, one, update the map, two, see if there's any better tools I could have for my little trade. As much as I'm enjoying the... lightning effect, we don't need it anymore. Okay. You did the dance, but you failed the revolution. Firstly, comrade, how dare. Yeah. A counterattack just takes up so much silk. And honestly, when I'm in the flow state, the amount of silk is what's keeping me alive for longer. But you know, I appreciate the vote of confidence. Tell you what, I'm just going to quickly nip to the loo, and then we'll give this another couple of tries. I don't have too long before I have to tap out to go look after folks and whatnot. But I shall be back in just a moment. I have returned. It is time to dance the dance. Okay. But yeah, there's so much that's said in this just through how you move and the tools given to you that, I don't know. I think that one could do a cacophony of different video essays and discussions. And there's still so much to talk about in this. You know, the difference between what happened in Deep Nest, in the first Hollow Knight game, and this. You know, there are still people of sound mind. Because I was thinking about it, like, how many... Hello, Nofa. Alright, let me get to where I'm supposed to. How goes it? Ah, yes. New Fallout tonight. Your squat shall be delivered, albeit quietly. Alright. God, you can't see a bloody thing in here. That's the best I can do for right now. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Vegas is okay. Old Vegas has some character and some spaces to it, but yeah, Vegas is definitely. I mean, I don't know. Blackpool's probably the most depressing place you can go to, but Vegas is the most soulless. You know, I like talking to people. Shocking, I know. And you know, anybody working on the strip has to maintain such a level of like disconnect from the people that they are, you know, serving, that it feels like a weird theme park. I've never actually been to Miami, so like I'll take your word on it. It certainly sounds it, you know. Dance the dance you're in, not the one. Okay, here we go. There we go. Oh. Did we just break his memory? To dance and love and end together. Oh no! Oh no! Obtained the conjoined heart. It beats sharp and clear. Congratulations, murderer! Oh, I can't go back in there, can I? Enlivened heart of a green prince. Its beat is sharp and clear. I think it is very clear that poor guy just wanted to be done. However, that does mean I've kind of balked us because... Sorry. The Clover Dancers, the dual princes of old Verdania, beloved by their subjects for their grace and for the ballet of death they delivered upon outsiders. For one to love another, so similar to themselves, is that selfless or vain? I didn't kill enough of these... Oh, no! Huh. Oh, never mind. I'll just, I'll shush my trap. Oh. Yeah. Way cool. Way cool. It is interesting how mournful and whimsical... How the clockwork dance was kind of almost a ballet with a slight whimsy to it that becomes mournful.
They wanted me to be an organ donor. I said I'll be dead before I let them do that.
Joke's on them. I've licked every part of me. Favor 6, thank you for the 500. Thank you all. Sorry I've been a mess today, but... So yeah, you can... If you're a horrible person, I guess, you can use that particular soul instead of the others. Okay. But yeah, the acute guilt he felt is the reason why he was here. Poor guy. Because if you... It is that thing of, like... Hornet is also very self-sufficient. At least insofar as we know. She does not have a home or a love to pine for. And the Bug Knight, well... That little guy was an eldritch abomination inside a small shell. You know, he's just happy to be here. The Bug Knight is the perfect example of the, I don't know, of the ace threat. What is it? I don't know. It scares me. So we don't have to fight them, but as Chonra says, it's an optional fight, and under Longship terms, there is no optional fights. Yes, I mean, Cold Ankles, we definitely know that she is extremely old. I think it's in the journal with the paired coral horn boss fight. Coral horn. you big red bastard. To pair with another is base instinct, and one that brings some bugs great joy. I once sought a similar union, but of my own mates none could match my lifespan. Ah, raging conchfly. In hands a raging conchfly. Bam! Bam! Ah, it's a cream for that. I'm going to take us back to Belholm. I might bring our adventures to a close. I know it's only been 5 hours, but I think I did good. I think I did good. And I've only had one major wibble today. I think you mean one weeble. Nah, what you did there. I saw it. I don't think we grabbed anything else to show. Oh, give relic. It's my collection well. Oh, the other rune harp. This one says, a plea for a weaver from the furthest edge of Farloom. Flee, sisters. Flee until your strength exhausts, so far that you may escape her last silken sight. To start anew, to sustain free of web, and service eternal. Now, is this the implication that, one, Farloom has been going for a very long time, and that... I may be asking a question I don't actually want to know the answer to, but... What the fuck? Hey, so I just get shit tons of stuff now? Damn. Y'all don't even have anything to sell me and I'm loaded. I remember y'all saying it's going to be hard to get rosaries, but apparently we just get them now. Invest in shard bundles. It's the future. I've tasted it. Hang on, let me make sure I'm not. Yeah, okay, now we can buy loads. Well, then the beads to also pick up more shard bundles later. Oh, okay. That might have been something they patched later. Jonas was just saying they never got the invitation to fight the crows, meaning they never got the bell home for goodies. And then the hero's momentum, heirloom of a village lost to Farloom's haunting, and then the grey memento, engraved cut stone worn by sand and blanched by time. Watch and remember till time, life, and you. Now we can sit and scroll our wee maps. DJ Coyle, I'm just stubborn. I'm not good at this. I've also had great teachers. I mean, where would I be without the tactical brilliance of Divershi saying, maybe don't get hit. We tried not getting your teeth kicked in. Ah. But no, so, like, the implication is that, or at least, and again, I don't sure I want to know the answer to this, like, Hornet's mum was one of the weavers that broke from Farloom. I don't know whether to say Parloom or Farloom. I'm quite decided. But I don't know why, but that just seems to make a weird sense to me. But yeah, I don't think I've got anything I can even spend the rosaries on to quite the same extent. And poor what's-her-face, the map maker, who was just fighting at the edge. I guess we did check out the thieves' shop. But I can't remember if... Because we got the climbing claws, but I don't know if we got any of the other... Okay. Cold Ankles was saying, unsure if it's confirmed that Hera, Hornet's mum, was the one who fled, or was just their descendant. Yeah, because we had... I think I got everything from the machinist or the architect, whatever their name was. It was down in, not the deep docks, but the... Where was it? The Hunter's March. Shellwood. Underworks, there we go. I think we got everything from the Cauldron. Maybe we didn't. You know what, let's just take a little set to see if there's anything else. Yeah, Farloom does fit the theme very well. Hit the Grand Bellway. Best poppies. But it's just implying the sheer amount of time that has gone on since, like, Farloom has been in this state of, like, complete silken control and nightmare for so long. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure we got everything from the... Yeah, I'm pretty sure we got everything from the forge worker. Yeah, no, so we bought everything from here. Always good to see you. Whatever fading you feel has not shown in your craft, Master. You have provided tools of immaculate make. What will follow if you pass? Will another take your place? One cannot. The skill to construct an architect was taken by time. I am the last final. The core remains to sustain the song, but no more architects to tend toil or build anew. Strange, for Farloom Eternal states the directive, But how can eternity sustain without an architect to serve? This seems an error. An end? An error. Welcome? Oh shit. Oh, at least with the DLC we'll get all of our shiny toys. Or at least they'll assume we have all of our shiny toys. Have I checked in on loan? Which one's loan? I know up by Songclave we bought everything that's not nailed down. So I guess it's Thieves and then... Yeah, Thieves is the only other one really to try. Oh, Underworks Sad Horse. Yeah, sorry, Raven. Again, I apologise. I'm the one here asking questions that I probably actually don't want the answer to just yet. There goes the blasted steps. Puppies, away! God, I cannot wait for our Silksong and Wine and Cheese night, because there's just so much lore I cannot wait to get stuck into. And you lot have been so good with not, you know, not doing, you know, obnoxious hinting or anything of the ilk. Yeah, no, we've got everything from the Thieves. So we're doing it. Yeah, and Raven, like, one of the things that made Hollow Knight so special is, for as much as people will claim to know it all, there's still a lot about Hollow Knight that's open to interpretation, which is really cool. But anyway, I think that's as much as I have in the tank, friends. I know it's not our usual super massive long stream, but it was good to get back to this, and I feel like I didn't biff it, which is really nice, you know? I feel like I actually did good today, even though I didn't, you know what I mean. So, please don't go anywhere, because I will find a lovely person to pass you on over to. Sorry, I'm just making sure the homie's alive. Okay. No, I would actually. I want to get interrupted by incoherent screeching from go hang out in our cute little home. I let it get on top of me today, Nova. But I took a break. You know, I breathed, I went, I came back, and it was very funny that both times I kind of started to wibble, I just left, like, shook it off, came back, and then just fucking pew-pew finger gunned my way through. Feeling very smug. I am going to say my thank yous in a second, but your choices of where to go after this, dear friends, I have either Fallout New Vegas or Code Vein 2, if you'd like to see a little bit of that. I don't know if any of you are curious to see how it plays or if it's different or what have you. Just, you know, let me know which of those two you'd prefer. You're feeling Vegas. All right. Vegas, baby, yeah. Okay. Nova, Vegas it is. Animu vampire waifus can wait for another night. So, seriously, friends, for all my... We're going to totally get back to normal streams and normal starts. Things have only become more and more challenging, and yet, here you are. So, I hope I was at least vaguely entertaining today, and I hope our journeys through Parloom continue. Just thank you. Right? And, like, thank you for chucking cash at my face, because it's how I'm able to keep going. Alright? Thank you. In fact, to that end, I would like to thank the following people who threw literal cash money dollars at my stupid face. So to Kimball and Rhineswood Moose, thank you kindly for celebrating your long sprees. And I thought there were more folks. It's better not be broken. Simple Chaos, $50 that I can use on food immediately, you fucking legend, so thank you. And on top of that, J-Post, Simple Chaos, again, Eraman, Quasi, Favor 6, Akari 0, Divershi, Puns, Alnus, Bacon Avenger, Vanderbeast, and Raven Daydreaming. Like, thank you. Like, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. Restless Roots, thank you for bringing a raid in, you fucking legend. And to Nova and Caffeine, but also Moose and Tal, like, oh boy howdy. Thank you. Just thank you. So, you have chosen Fallout New Vegas, and it is being played by none other than the Space Cadet of Seattle, who is sporting a brilliant fake mustache. And it's definitely the fake mustache on top of real mustache, which is a bit I will always appreciate. So that is where I'm going to send you now. Whatever you do with the rest of your evening, be kind to yourself, take it easy, relax. I don't know, have a bath. Just skive off of chores and snuggle the pets. You have my official permission. You can even show it as like a little writ. The laundry's like, why am I not done? You're like, I have this writ from Will. He says I had to play with the pets. Yeah. Oh, Nova. Nova. I give great advice to others. I will maintain myself in a constant state of readiness and or stress. No, I might have a bath tonight. I'll see how it's going. See how it's going. Okay. Well, you lovely Mother Hubbards, I will see your beautiful selves tomorrow. We're playing Anodyne 2, and we're going to try and get a feel for it ahead of our game club on Friday. And then, as you know, Thursday is the Puzzle Sickos. So, yeah. Ah, thank you, all of you. Thank you. All right, all right. You glorious terrors. Let's go say hi to our space cadet and friend. Onward.